Alrighty, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the commentary we had from the last home match. But if we missed you, then welcome back. If this is your first time joining us, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Billy Azzinaro, UK Rifle alum, engineer by trade, and Wildcat by heart. I provide commentary over the home matches here in Lexington straight from the UK Rifle team room. So if you're here, if you hear some hustle and bustle in the background, that's just our athletes grabbing some snacks and moving around, getting ready for the match ahead. Um, just a couple of updates for everyone. We did get some comments that some of the audio feedback that we had from some last matches needed to be improved. So we now have a mixer interface and a professional headset and stereo. So hopefully you won't hear as much of that background noise and you'll be able to hear me a little bit more clearly. But if we do experience some technical issues, please bear with us as we work through them because this is the first show that we are trying it out live. Moving on. So, as with all of our matches, we start the day with three position small bore, where each of the athletes today from the University of Akron and the University of Kentucky will fire 20 shots in each of three positions. Those are kneeling, prone, and standing. Later on, we'll move into air rifle, where athletes will fire 60 shots, all done from the standing position. If you do have any questions throughout the entirety of the broadcast, or want to give one of our athletes a little shout out, or just want to let everybody what team you're rooting for, please, we encourage you to use the chat function and give us a little shout. Now, for the first portion of the match, where we have small bore, we'll start with a 15-minute sighting and preparation period. So we've got about 12 minutes left going into that. And if you're using the Megalink live function online, you'll be able to see those targets live as these athletes fire their shots. Given a quick look at the lineup for today of Kentucky versus Akron, we'll get into the lineup a little bit more and how this works out for calculating the total score here. But we'll continue talking about how this match is going to start off. So we talked about 15-minute sighting preparation period. Both small bore and air rifle will get those, but we'll always start with the small bore portion of the match where we fire 22 long rifle precision match competition Olympic level rifles, and then we'll move into the air rifle portion. But as of right now, they're in their sighting and preparation period. This is a completely free period of time. These athletes can shoot as much as or as little as they want in order to prepare themselves for the match ahead. Now, the caveat to small bore is that we'll always have to start in the kneeling position, and that 15-minute sighting preparation period will have to be done in the kneeling position. So they can't just do a little bit of kneeling and then move into prone and then take a little bit of standing and then come back to kneeling. That's not allowed. So the entirety of the 15 minutes will have to be done in the kneeling position. So you can see some of our athletes are just now coming down into position with about 10 minutes left. And if you're checking out online, not everybody has even taken a shot yet. So a lot of them are just kind of feeling themselves out, getting their bodies warmed up and basically settled into position as they tighten up or otherwise button up all of their accessories and jackets, pants, and making sure that this flap or that flap and this seam just lay right, just lay exactly what they would normally do in practice. I always find it interesting here. We can see Braden Pizer from the University of Kentucky. He's the left-handed shooter on the line. He's on the last point, so he's got all of his teammates basically looking at him as he shoots lefty. Every once in a while you wind up getting a righty and a lefty going face to face with each other, and it's always interesting because the way that the monitors kind of set up or are pointed towards each other, you can always like look at the other person's target, so it can be a little distracting for everybody. But like I said, we'll talk about some of the nuances here of our small bore match. We'll give a little shout out to the University of Kentucky, a little bit of history, recent history. So the Wildcats are coming back from what I would say is a pretty good abroad match. So they flew to the University of Alaska in Fairbanks. If you're not familiar with where that is, it's in the middle interior of Alaska. I think the average temperature while they were there was probably like -10 degrees Fahrenheit. So everybody was bundled up for the duration. But while they were there, they shot a NCAA record. They actually tied the record at a 47:59. Pretty incredible. They did that on day one. And I believe on day two, they shot in the 47:30s. I want to say 47:32, but we'll verify that here in just a few minutes. So overall, pretty good trip while they were there. Don't go to Alaska very often. Had some team activities. If you're following us on social media, would have seen that we had some dog sledding activities. I'd like to go out to the North Pole and see Santa. Get a few more ornaments for the holidays. Everybody has a great time while we're up there. But coming down back to the match here in Lexington, you can see we've got just over 7.5 minutes left. We can see from the University of Kentucky, we've got Sofia Ciccarello. She's got just 2 shots down. Both of them are X's, which is great. That's a great way to start off. However, we've got Emily Marn, who seems to have started a little low and is kind of working her way up into the bull. And this is a fairly common. We can even see this here with Liz Probst. She's started out at 3 o'clock on the target and has just gradually kind of worked her way in. It's fairly common because a lot of these athletes are shifting and changing positions and pieces of equipment, even from practice to practice or practice to match. And if you torque down one little accessory a little bit more than the other, a little bit of movement 50 feet away from a target will definitely shift your point of impact. So, not uncommon, not necessarily something to be worried about. What really is what we're looking for is after they get settled, after these athletes get zoned in, they get honed in, where are the groups sitting? What's the group look like, right? So we can see Braden Pizer and Sofia Ciccarello definitely are starting out strong. They've got nice, solid deep tens, nice, really round groups. It looks like Braden's is sitting just a little high, so we're going to look for him to adjust his sights a little low. You can see him taking a small break here. We're going to try to see and be a little telepathic here and tell him to bring his sights down a little low and try to get that really nice solid round group a little bit closer to the middle, because that's going to give him the biggest room for error. So if he's a little out or he doesn't execute exactly the way that he should on every shot, he's got as much wiggle room as possible to still shoot a 10. However, we look at Sam Adkins, who kind of started out a little bit wobbly in that target. So he's on point 10 here. We started out a little wobbly, but he's really starting to bring that group and hone it in. We can still see that he's a little low on inside the bowl, a little on the south side of the 10 ring. So we're going to look for him to bring that up to give him that little bit of benefit. When we're talking about this sport and we look at some of these targets, we have to remember that the black bull that these athletes are aiming at, we're using iron sights, so there's no magnification involved. They are basically open sights, so there's no aperture or anything inside to block their view or anything. We are lining up circles. So we're looking through a tiny peep sight on the rear sight. We're looking through a very tiny, maybe 1 millimeter hole. We're lining up the front sight inside that field of view, and then we're trying to line that whole sight picture up onto what's basically the size of a quarter, 50 feet away, but it's not the quarter that we're aiming at. It's the really, 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 really tiny dot in the middle of that quarter. That dot is roughly the size of a period at the end of a sentence. Just to give everybody an idea of the margins of error that these athletes will be dealing with today. So we have to cover up that dot in order for it to be a 10 in small bore. In air rifle, it's a little bit different, but we'll talk about that later. So we got to cover up the dot in order for it to be a 10 in small bore. So every little tiny thing, every little tiny movement, every little tiny part of the process that these athletes will go through in order to be able to execute a shot well matters. So if you can imagine that little tiny dot is about a half a millimeter wide, and the size of the bullet is about 5.5 millimeters wide. So there's really not a lot of room for error here. And the guns aren't perfect, they're not lasers. So even if you're holding in the middle and you're shooting good ammo and you execute perfectly, that doesn't necessarily mean that the bullet is going to go in the middle. You know, of course we hope and we prepare for that to happen, but sometimes it just doesn't go that way. So, given the fact that the rifles aren't perfect, given the fact that the ammo isn't perfect, as high of a quality control as some of the premium levels of ammo that these athletes will shoot does have and goes through, nothing is perfect. And while we seek perfection in the sport of shooting 600 with 60 X's, inherently the equipment isn't perfect. Taking a quick peek here at Martin Voss, getting a quick look at his target. So we can see he started out really in that 2 to 3 o'clock range. He's starting to really start to creep in. You can see a large group of shots kind of swinging between noon and 3 o'clock here inside the bowl. And now he's got a 9.7 on shot 18 out to the left. So that's good. So he's moving in. It's good. So he's just taken another, and now he's back on the right side. So I think he's got some natural point of aim that he's trying to work through right now. You can see him quickly load in that next round. He's just trying to let the rifle and the position settle. You can see him come up and off the gun multiple times, and we'll see that throughout the course of today. We'll see these athletes basically go through a series of checks and double checks. Now we can see him settle. He's taken that shot, doubles it up on the right-hand side on top of that 9.9 for a 10.0. Not exactly where we want that to be, but you can see him breathe. We can see that rifle move, and then all of a sudden it's nice and still and steady. He's taken one more breath, taking that shot. Look at the monitor, 9.5 out to the left. So I think he's dealing with some balance issues right now because we're seeing shots go out to the left, seeing shots go out to the right, seeing shots go out to the left, shots go out to the right. That's fairly indicative of a balance issue that he might be experiencing right now. So he's made some adjustments to his jacket and how it's fitting. We can see him load again, come back down onto the rifle. He's got time for one more shot. He's got about 5 seconds left. Follows it up with a 10.3. So you can see he's messing around with literally the seam and the flap of his jacket. And as soon as that 15-minute sighting and prep ends, there is no going back. So now everything is live. We will see Coach Mullins come out of the armory. He'll announce the 1 hour and 30-minute match time for his 60 record shots. So that's going to be 20 shots in kneeling, which are live right now. So everything is for record because we just gave these athletes 15 minutes to sight in the rifles to prepare for the match. We can see that Rachel Paddock from Akron starts us off with a 10.3. Her teammate Sally Reek starts off with a 9.5, and Rachel Paddock doubling it up with a 10.4. Very nice start to her match. Sam Adkins from the University of Kentucky, as well as his teammate Sofia Ciccarello, starting off with a 10.4 and a 10.2 respectively. Sam's second shot is a 9.5, but we're seeing those two shots almost overlap between each other. So we'll see if he makes a small adjustment here. Braden squeaking in there with a 10.0 to start his match. Martin definitely taking some time based on how his ciders were going. Took a lot of ciders, 21, 22 shots in ciders. Liz Probst starting out with a 10.5. Matthew Kimball from Akron, 10.4. Natalia from Akron, 9.3. And Diane with a 10.1. It looks like Joseph Hahn is got a 9.5 up on the board. And Rachel Paddock is definitely going to be the speed shooter of the day. She's already 7 shots in. And what's most impressive is that she had 6 10s in a row to start the match. Unfortunately, she's got 2 9.8s back to back, just right off the rip. Yeah, and Martin starts off with a 9.5 low and to the left. Again, looking for him to try to recover from that. Taking a peek at the University of Akron shooters here today. We are 2.5, not even 2.5 minutes into the match, and Rachel is already 10 shots in. I don't think I've ever seen somebody shoot kneeling that fast, and not bad performance. A 97 with 5 X's to start off her match here, and she's already into shot 11. This is kind of crazy. I'll have to talk with some of their coaches and just get a sense of like, is this just normal, or is this is is this yeah, and she's doing fairly well. She's got a 9.6 to start at her second string here, and then she's got a 10.2 to follow up. Relatively round group, maybe a little up and down based off of the 2 to 3 nines that she had on the first target, but Rachel's drilling it right now. Teammates are also doing well. We got Matthew Kimmel with 2 X's, a 10.4 and a 10.6. Very, very good start. Always like to see that. Natalia recovered really well from that 9.3. You can see that she had a 10.3. Now she's got a 10.8, and that 10.3 and 10.8 are stacked on top of each other. Generally, what we like to see, don't like to see the 10.3 on one side of the bowl and then 10.3 on the other side of the bowl. We always like to see nice, tight, round groups. Like to see the previous shots, the green circles, stack up on the red ones, the shots that they just took. Oh, and Joseph Hahn, unfortunately, has got an 8.2 on shot 3 out at 3 o'clock. Kind of odd considering those first two, that 9.5 and 9.6 were right on top of each other. Would have seemed that he would have just had to take a small side adjustment up to bring everything back up into the bowl. And look at that. He's got a 10.5 to show for that. Just crossing the 4-minute mark into the match, and Rachel is nearly done with kneeling. That's impressive. I don't think I could shoot prone that fast. And look at that. She's seeing it, looking at it, taking it. And she ends kneeling with a 192 with 8 X's, 97 on her first card, and 95 on her second. Good to hear from you, Ted. Go Cats. And look at that. She's already transitioning into prone. So the way the match is going to work out, and we're just crossing 5 minutes, and Rachel has already got the gun out of the sling and on the ground, ready to come into prone here. So as the match progresses, what you're going to see is all of these athletes are shooting on their own time. So the 1.5 hours of block time means that all of these athletes can take as much as or as little as time as they want in any one of the positions. what is nice is that because they can manage their own time, is that when they transition from one position to another, it means that they can take as much time to sight and prep from one position to another. So we start out the technically we start out the match with 15 minutes of block sighting and preparation time that can only be taken in kneeling. But then after that, when we go into record fire for the match in this hour and a half block time, I can take 20 minutes to sight in between kneeling and prone. I wouldn't suggest it, but you can do it. You can take 5 minutes to sight in from kneeling to prone if you want. It's all up to you, which is nice in one sense because it gives you the ability to spend the time how you need it. But in another sense, what if something goes wrong? What if prone isn't going the way you want? And now you've got to think about, well, I don't have to just shoot prone or sight in for prone. I have to also sight in and shoot standing. So it's a matter of you against the clock and trying not to let the clock beat you. Getting a really good close up here of University of Kentucky athlete Sophia Ciccarello. She's got 5 10s deep. She's got 3 X's. Looks like she's really taking her time here. 7 minutes into the match, 5 shots in. So she's taken right around the 1.5 minutes a shot that we tend to see from kneeling. You can see she's really taking her time and coming down on the gun really slowly. No movement in the end of that barrel. Really taking her time. And she's got a 10-2 to show for it. Now, the only concerning part that I have for Sophie, and she's doing a really good job. Yeah, you can see she just made that little tiny movement there. Well, what I noticed was we can see that first shot, that 10-2 and that 10-0 that she's got on shot 3 are on the left-hand side of the bowl. They're at 9 o'clock. And as she has shot these past 6 rounds, we've seen her shift or move over to the right-hand side of the target. And what she just did was move her foot in order to be able to tighten everything up a little bit. So as you sit in position and everything gets warmed up, right? Muscles get a little bit looser, tendons and ligaments tend to stretch a little bit. And so as the match progresses, you'll see these little tiny minute changes, adjustments, and movements that these athletes will go through. It looks like Sophie is happy sitting on the edge there. No, she's not. She just moved again. Now she's doing it in position, and I think what she's trying to do is is get through kneeling while it's still looking good. She doesn't want to take so much time such that she starts to overthink the movement that she's seeing through the gun right now. You can see she's staring at it. She's staring at it. She's just waiting. And again, we saw those 2 10-2s out to the right. She's made this slight adjustment to her front foot. That's going to be her left foot. It looks like she's just shifted it over to the right to tighten it. What you can do is take your heel, you can press it towards the target, you can lift up your toes and move them. And while you're sitting down right now, you can even see how that might affect your knee position. Yeah, and she's already making adjustments here. That group is relatively tight. It's just a little low, so we've got to pick that up a little bit. And it's bouncing a little bit from left and right, and I don't think that she's very happy with that, or otherwise she's just trying to manage that as best as she can with the time that she knows that she has. As we go through the match here, what you'll see, particularly on Rachel Paddock's target, is as we transition from kneeling to prone or from prone to standing, you'll see a small gray triangle in the upper right-hand corner of the target. That just means that that target is in sighting mode. That means that none of the shots on that screen will count towards their record score. So it doesn't matter if you shoot 20 X's in a row while you're sighting in because none of them count. You have to do that in the quote unquote match setting while the target is set for record. Going down the lineup here, it looks like everybody is well into kneeling. It looks like some people are also about to finish up here. Most of yeah, I guess everybody is about on pace. So we can see Sam has just made that transition. You can see that the target flipped or changed over to sighting. What that's also going to do downrange, something that we can't necessarily see on the cameras here, is it's going to transition that target from the kneeling height, which is probably about, I don't know, maybe mid thigh to hip level, down to the floor where it's more going to be a knee or a shin position. So the whole target frame is going to move down so that the athletes aren't trying to shoot too far upwards. They can just shoot straight at the target. Sophie starts out her second string of kneeling with another 10. It's a 10-1 sitting at 5, yeah, 4, 5 o'clock. So again, sitting on that right hand side, but again, I think she's just trying to manage that as best as she can. She's got a 100 on the first card, another 10-1 sitting right on that right hand edge here. So living life on the edge, but it's a 100 with 5 X's, or it's a 120 with only 5 X's. We would normally expect a score that high, right? You haven't dropped a 9 yet. We would normally see 8 to 10 X's if you had 12 tens down range on target. So looking for her to try to manage as best as she can. Emily Marn finishes up her first string with a 93 with 1X. Sam has made that transition over, getting a good shot here of left to right, Liz Probst, Braden Pizer, and teammate Martin Voss. It looks like Braden has also transitioned over. You can see him get up out of position. He's got a 197 with 10 X's. I don't think he's necessarily happy with that, but not a bad way to start either. Liz started out with a 95 with only 5 X's, and now she's got a better start to this match, or sorry, to this card. She's got six shots in. She's only got a 9-6 right now up on the board, but the group is still hanging out on that right-hand side. You see her really taking her time on this one, looking for that blast to come out of the end of the barrel here. And there you go. She's got a 10-5 for it. Take your time, hone in, produce tens. That's really the name of this game. So has got 2 shots left to go. It looks like Martin is still struggling a little bit with that left and right movement. Liz with another 10-5. Sophia drops her first 9. She had 3 non-center 10s in a row, had a 10-4 in the middle, and now she's got a 9-8 on shot 15. So she's only 1 point down so far in kneeling. And hopefully that 9-8 is a bit of a pressure valve release for her. Martin has got 2 shots left to go. Yeah, and that's what I thought. Sophia comes off of that 9-8 with a 10-3, kind of kind of a let it out kind of pressure relief valve. That's the best way I can explain it. It's almost like after shooting and struggling through the non-center 10s, and then you finally let it go, and you're not going to let the 9 happen, so to speak, but the 9 happens. It's out there. You're like, oh, okay, fine. It's out there. I'm, you know, the score now represents the struggles that I'm going through, kind of thing. Getting a really good close up shot here. of Emily. She's got a great group going on right now. Shot 14. She's got a 9-9 sitting low left in the bull. But the rest of those shots, the 10-1, 10-3, two 10-4s, and a 10-6, are really right on top of each other. You almost can't tell that there's 5 shots there. She's got another 9-9 low. You can see here she's just taking a quick sight adjustment to come up into the bull. What's really interesting here is that not everybody is right hand, right eye dominant or left hand, left eye dominant. And Emily is one of those individuals. She is left-handed, but she is right eye dominant. And so it presents a unique challenge to basically determine whether you want to shoot left-handed or whether you want to shoot right-handed. Because while the mechanics are a little awkward, you may want to prioritize which eye dominance you actually prefer, which eye is going to shoot better. If you're at home and you don't know which what your eye dominance is, what you can do is basically make a triangle out of your two hands. So you can make a kind of a stop sign with your two hands. So all four fingers are together with your thumb at a 90-degree angle. And you can take your two hands and you can overlap them and you can make a triangle. And if you position something in the distance in the middle of that triangle and you close your left eye and you can still see that thing, you would be right eye dominant. If you close your right eye and you can't see the thing anymore, you would be left eye dominant. Now, there are some individuals that are equidominant. They are or ocularly indominant. They can actually see or change their dominance between their left eye and their right eye. Tend to see that a lot with pitchers actually in baseball because they'll change up between. There are some pitchers that can even change up between left-hand pitching and right-hand pitching. Always something interesting. Taking a look across the board for Akron here, it looks like Rachel Paddock is still on a trend here. She's got a 98 on her first card in prone, and she's working on a 100 so far with the second string. She's got 6 X's now, 7 in a row, and you can see nearly all 6 of those 7 are stacked on top of each other. There is little to no wiggle room between them. Looking to see her take one click to the right, maybe shift her hips a little bit, try to get that natural point of aim a little bit further over. Got a 10-0, a non-center 10 on shot 18, another one on shot 19. What I don't want her to do is pop a 9 out and ruin that string. I'm sure she's going to take it here in just a couple of seconds. There you go, and she ends off with a 10-8, executing well and quickly. And now she's got an hour and 10 minutes to spend however she wants to sight in for standing and then shoot her 20 record shots for standing. Looks like your teammate Caleb on point 2 is definitely taking his time, coming off of 2 8s back to back. He's got an 8-4 out at 3 o'clock and then an 8-6 out at 9 o'clock. He's got a 180 so far in kneeling. He's got a 10 on shot 20. He'll end up with a 190 to end his kneeling match. Rachel Paddock comes out of the slings with a 390 with 23 X's. Not bad, not bad. Generally speaking, like to see somewhere between a 395 and a 400. What that does is it really sets you up for success coming into the standing position, which is going to be the weakest or the most unstable of the positions. Basically, the higher the center of gravity, the more unstable the position, the harder it is to shoot. The lower the position, like prone and kneeling, the easier it is to shoot because the center of gravity is low, you have more contact with the ground, and we don't have 15, 16-pound rifles 5 feet up in the air, and we're trying to balance and control them in order to shoot the same 10 that we would have in kneeling. All right. Well, let's go across the board here because it looks like most people, if they haven't started prone yet, they're making that transition, or otherwise, Rachel seems to be the outlier. She's already done with her slings. So across the board, we've got. We're going to start with point one with the University of Akron, and then we'll move into the University of Kentucky athletes here. So we've got Sally with a 184 with 6Xs. We've got teammate Caleb with a 189 with 4Xs. Rachel Paddock had a 192 in kneeling, a 198 in prone to come out of slings with a 390 with 23 X's. We've got Joseph, who's got a 193 with 7 X's. We've got Diane with a 193 with 9 X's. So tying it up with her teammate Joseph, just a few more X's. We've got Natalia, who's got a 192 with 8. And we've got Matthew Kimball with a 193 with 8 X's, sitting smack dab in the middle between Diane and Joseph. Moving on to the University of Kentucky, we've got Sophia. She's got a 197 coming out of kneeling. Really worked hard for that one. She's got a 197 with 6 X's. Looking at Emily, she's got a 190 with 5 X's. Sam Adkins, 196 with 11. Looks like he is in his sighting and prep period for prone. Again, say sighting and prep period just to indicate that he is sighting in for prone and that none of these shots will count for record and he can stay in here for as long as he would like. We got teammate Martin Voss with a 194 with 9 X's, just getting down to take his first shot for sighting and prone. See, Emily just transitioned her target as well. We've got Braden with a 197 with 10 X's. High kneeling score of the match. Couple more X's more than Sophia. And we've got Liz, who is on pace with Martin. She has just taken her first shot in sighting for prone. She's coming out of kneeling with a 194 with 10 X's. Getting a quick close-up shot here of Sam as he starts to generate a group and then starts to move that group. So you can see he started with that 10-3 on the south side of the bowl, but now he's made an adjustment. He's now generated a group, and pretty soon here we're going to see him start to make either site adjustments or position adjustments in order to be able to get that group to sit lower and closer to the middle of that target. And looky, he's got a 10-2 now on the south side, kissing that 10-3. See him take another shot and see where it lands. There you go, kissing that 10-2 and that 10-3 with a 10-1. So it looks like he's moved that group down, maybe a little bit too far. We generally like to see X's, deep shots, in prone. 10-4s and up is really what we're looking for in prone. That will produce a really good score. Generally speaking, looking for 199 to 200 in prone, somewhere in the realm of 15 plus X's. Now, I mentioned earlier that in small bore, you have to cover up the dot in order for it to be a 10. If you are watching online or you have the Megalink Live target set up, You will actually see the targets grow and shrink based off of the group size. You can actually see on some of those targets right now, and now that there aren't any shots on them, that that little tiny dot in the middle is actually what you're trying to hit and cover up. You can imagine kind of going to the carnival or the fair, and you have to shoot out the star on the piece of paper. Well, this is kind of like the same thing. You have to shoot out the dot in order to be able to get the prize in the end, which is that 10 that we're aiming for. Like I said, a lot of people now are starting to slow down. We won't see a lot of shots coming up on the board because they're transitioning from kneeling to prone. There's generally not a lot of equipment adjustment that happens between the two positions. Generally speaking, the sights will stay the same, where there will be very minimal adjustment. The butt plates may change out, but again, the idea is that kneeling is just an elevated version of prone. Doesn't actually work out that way for everybody, but generally speaking, there's very few adjustments that need to be made. It's still a sling position. The sling may need to move forward or backward on the rail on the underside of the rifles. You can see that just in the web of Liz's hand right now. So you can see the sling basically comes from the arm, from the cuff on her arm, through towards her face, and will wrap around on the underside of her hand and will link up to the rifle. You can see here she is dialed in. Those last 3 or 4 shots, all nice and tight and in the middle, all X's. And you just look at the end of her barrel. There's there's such a finite amount of movement. A nice 10-6, good. Such a finite amount of movement. Watch, she's going to close the bolt, going to reset, bring her head up, take a couple of breaths. As soon as she breathes out, we'll see that rifle come up, and then there's nothing. And then she goes for a shot, a nice 10-5 to start out her prone match. And then it's rinse and repeat. See, she's taking that deep breath, coming down onto the bowl, taking a nice deep shot. And there she goes. She's got a 10-3, and her teammate Braden Pizer as now 3 10s deep, 10-7, 10-5, 10-3X. She's got 30 with 3 X's so far. Good start. Good start. Now, yeah, taking a peek at Braden. Lefty shooter on the team. You can see he's again. You take a look at the end of that barrel. So he's making some small adjustments here and there for cant or the tilt of the gun. You can see him take a couple of breaths. We can see his finger just moved onto the trigger, and then we're going to see that puff of smoke come out at the end of the barrel. And again, nice solid X to show for it. See him take that nice deep breath, kind of bring the trigger finger up. Little to no movement. There you go, another 10. Name of the game. Now, what you may have noticed is that there are some 10s that are better than others. There are some 9s that are better than others. But for the sake of conversation, what we do in collegiate rifle is we only count what's called the integer score. So we are only counting whether it is a 10 or a 9 or an 8 or a 7. So if you shoot a 9, you would be down 1 point. If you shoot an 8, you would be down 2 points. The reason that we have the decimal on the end is so that we can quantify the quality of the 10 or quantify the quality of the 9, right? Because I can shoot a 10 that is covering up the dot in the middle, so it qualifies as a 10, but I can always shoot a little bit better. There are deeper shots or deeper 10s than others. So what we're seeing here is what are called X's. So these are 10s that qualify as a little something special. You've done the extra work, you've done the extra preparation to manufacture, to produce a really, really good shot. Not just a good shot, right? A good shot is a 10, but a really, really good shot, like the 10-7 that Braden just had. And you get a little star for it. You get a little extra. And that little star is the X. So when it comes to breaking ties, not only between athletes themselves in individual competitions, but in team competitions, what we're seeing more and more often is that teams are within a handful of points of each other over the course of nearly 500 rounds. They are within a few tenths of a millimeter of worth of points between each other. More than once, we've had to go to using X's as a tiebreaker because you'll have two teams that shoot the same integer score, and you have to go to something else in order to determine how are we going to determine the best team. Well, if both teams shot the same, executed the same score, well, which one executed the tens better is really the question that we're trying to answer. Braden comes out of that first string with a 100 with 10 X's. Ring the cowbells. Starts off his second string with a non-center 10, a 10-2, which just barely misses covering up the whole dot. Every once in a while, depending on how the system registers the shot and how it positions the shot on the target, a 10-2 can sometimes be qualified as an X, but most of the time it isn't. And Braden comes out of that 10-2 with a 10-9, 10-9 being a perfect shot, fully centered on the bull. You cannot get any better than that. Liz coming off of shot 14 with that 10-8, with that 10-0 squeaking by. Squeaking by. 99 on her first card, 50 so far, 5 shots deep on her second card. Looking across the way at some of the University of Akron athletes here. Looks like everybody is starting to dial in. Most of the shooters here are in for record for prone. Taking a look at the board myself here in the team room. We've got everything up on these lovely big flat screen TVs. Trying to get a sense of who's sitting where. So it looks like Joseph Hahn here is 4 shots in, got nice four tens. He's got 2 10-2s, 10-3, 10-7, and now has another 10-2. So he's going to be bouncing in and out of some weaker tens and some stronger tens here. His teammate Diane recovering off of that 9-9 she had on shot 2 with a nice 10-7. Always nice to be like, okay, yeah, I made the mistake. Let's bring it back to center. Let's get redialed in for a minute. Natalia is doing well. She's got an 89, 99 on her first card here with a 9-9 on shot 8. Just a little too far out to be qualified as a 10, but overall good start. She's got 6 X's for that right now. Doing well. Matthew Kimball, a 100 on his first series, starting out with a 9-8 on his second, but he's got 4 X's after that. So again, made a small error, but let's bring it back in. Let's not let that affect the rest of the match. Let's not bleed more points just because we lost one, kind of thing. And there you go. He's got another 10-4 for it. Coming back over to Joseph Hahn, he's got a 10-9 on shot 6 here. He is clean so far through his first string in prone. It looks like Rachel Paddock is still sighting in for standing. She's definitely the odd one out. You can see her just past the column there. You can see that our box where we hold our monitors is just in front of her. She's got a little bit of left and right movement coming through, and it's a little high. The group is just a maybe about a bullet hole high. And I say a bullet hole, but I'm talking about something that's less than a quarter of an inch wide. Yeah, you're a quarter of an inch off 50 feet away. But most contractors couldn't tell you that. And there you go. And then she's definitely hearing me through the headset. She's got a 10-0 on shot 8, and it's on the south side of the bowl. So she's trying to move that group down as much as she can and tighten it up a little bit. She's the 10-0 is sitting in the same vertical line as some of her other shots that she had generating in that group above. And there you go. She comes over and shoots a nice 10-6. So she's definitely hearing me through the headset today. Getting a really good look here at Emily Marn, and looks like Sophia Ciccarello here shooting side by side. Both are doing very well. We've got Sophia 4 shots in, 4 X's in. 10-7, 10-6, 10-4, 10-7, 10-2. Definitely hearing me through the headset today. But she's been struggling with some non-center 10s squeaking out on her. We saw that particularly in kneeling, and it looks like it may be coming out in prone as well. We're starting to see that vertical group coming through for Sophie. We've talked about this in previous broadcasts before, but generally speaking, short-statured shooters, which happen to generally be women, they tend to struggle a little bit with vertical movement, particularly in the standing positions, because of how tall the targets are and how far they have to move their hips outward in order to be able to get the rifles up on target. It makes the positioning of their hips to the target very, very crucial and very, very sensitive. So a little movement will produce a very large change downrange. Again, particularly for standing. Now, when it comes to the sling positions, vertical movement is most often a cheek pressure issue. You can do this while you're sitting here and watching, but if you take your hand and you scrunch up your cheeks on that dominant eye you just figured out that you had, you can actually distort what the image is. And what's happening here, we can even see it with Martin, is that as he's squishing his cheeks up, he's actually distorting what he's looking at. It actually flattens what you can see. And when you flatten the image, the thing that you're looking at, it makes finding uh, that vertical difference or trying to sense where you are vertically in the target, it makes it very difficult. And so generally speaking, with the sling positions where there's a lot of cheek pressure, you're over top of the rifle like Martin is here, and you've got a lot of weight into the gun, we generally see quite a bit of up and down movement. And we're kind of even saw it here with that 10-2. He's got 9 X's in a row, coming out with a 200 with 16 in prone for a 394 with 25 coming out of slings. Great way to come into standing. We see a lot of people starting to make that move over right now. He actually came out a little bit ahead of his teammate Sam Atkins. Sam coming out of slings with 394 with 22 X's. Versus Martin's 394 with 25. Looks like Sophie is taking her time some still. And we've got Emily doing well. She's got a 9-9 sitting high on shot 11. Ah, man. And she's got a 10-0 and a 9-9 basically stacked on top of each other. You can see here, it looks like she just made some small sight adjustment to try to get that back in. Sophia really, really taking her time here. I don't think, don't, it doesn't look like she's going to be squished for time. Again, we talked about this earlier about the clock kind of being your enemy, and this block time is really something that you have to keep in mind and manage. Yeah, and Emily starts to move over. It looks like she actually made a small windage or left to right adjustment. She was on the left hand side of the bowl. She's now on the right hand side. She may have taken it one click too far. We'll see on this next shot. Looking for smoke coming out of the end of that barrel. Yeah, it looks like she took it one too far. Yeah, you can see she's taken that click right out of the windage adjustment there. We talked about this earlier, but you can even see Emily is. We talked about this earlier when we were watching Braden. He was actually making some cant or tilt adjustments in the rifle, and we just saw Emily do it here. So on top of everything else, the gun not being perfect, the ammo not being perfect, you and your position not being perfect, yeah, and so she's now moved it back out to the left, but she's now had a shot low. You can see her; she's making that vertical adjustment, trying to. Oh, she looks like she's verifying tightness. Oh, this is a great conversation point. So we'll talk about cant, and then we'll talk about some of the things that Emily is actually fiddling around with here. So the cant of the rifle will also change the point of aim versus point of impact between the sights of the rifle and the actual barrel of the rifle. So you can see here, Emily has what are called sight risers. So there's a height difference between the actual peep sight that she has on the end of her barrel against the actual center line of the barrel. If the if those two lines, the line between her sights and the line between her barrel, if the angle of that changes, let's say 1 degree, that can actually put you out of the 10 ring in some cases. At 100 yards, it'll move you an inch, give or take. Now, when we're talking about the size of these targets and the distance that we're looking at, right? The change is very minor, but it's noticeable. You'll tend to see this cant kind of sweep, particularly in the standing position, but it's always evident in every position. It's always something to keep in mind. So we'll always try to keep the rifles in the same cant line as much as possible. We'll notice on some of these rifles, they'll actually have a bubble level on the end of their rifle or as an attachment somewhere on the rail on the rear part of the rifle, just so that they have a reference to go back to. One of the things that these athletes are allowed to have is a corrective lens accessory. So that corrective lens basically fits into a small apparatus, so to speak, or a small arm that goes over their rear sight iris or aperture. So the thing, that 1 millimeter hole, now has a prescriptive piece of glass that sits over it. If any one of those parts are loose, right, that hole, that peep sight that you're looking through will now be looking at a different part of the entire field of view that's downrange. If you now add a corrective lens on top of that, where the lens is cut out of a particular part of a larger lens for either astigmatism purposes or for your prescription, then you are now looking out of a different part of the lens. You're now looking at a different part of the field of view, and now your your sight alignment versus your bore alignment to the target is off. And that can definitely be a pain point or a problem. Sophia really taking her time, staring down the target. Yeah, you see she just broke that. So to you and me, we don't see any movement coming out of the end of the barrel. You could almost see it just on her pant leg. There's very little movement. She generally has a high chest position so that when she breathes, there's not a lot of barrel movement up and down. Takes it for a 10-5 for a 200 with 19 X's, nearly perfect prone. Coming out of slings with a 397 with 27 X's, 1 X shy of her teammate Braden Pizer. Don't expect anything different from an Olympian. Now that most of the folks, if not everybody, has finished up with their slings, is now moving into the standing position. This is going to be the grossest change or the largest change that these athletes are going to make today. It's from the prone position where they were nice and stable and on the ground with a sling from their arm to the rifle, and now they get nothing and everything has to change. The sight risers will change. Most of these athletes will actually have another set of sights that are dedicated for standing because the position is so different from all of the others, and you'll actually look through the iris differently. You won't actually be over top of the rifle like we saw with Martin. You'll actually be more upright, and you'll actually be able to look straight at the target. So even by looking through the sights differently, we can change where the point of impact of the bullets are on target. What we'll also do is change out butt plates, we'll change out cheek pieces. We've even seen people change out to different grips. All of that is allowed as long as it's an accessory for the rifle. Gonna look here at Rachel Paddock. She's about done with her. Actually, is now done with her match. She's now ended the match with 42 minutes left, with a 580 with 28 X's. Now again, athlete's choice. Hour and a half block time. Can spend it however you want. If you want 42 minutes left, go for it. If you want 42 seconds left, that's up to you. Hey, Roseanne, thanks for tuning in. Always happy to see you on. Now, again, we talked about personal preferences and some nuances here and there. A lot of athletes are now moving away from having their gloves on their support hand for standing. So if you're sitting in the living room right now, you stand up and you put your elbow onto your hip and you make your hand flat. Okay. And then I give you a 15-pound dumbbell to put onto your hand. It can be kind of uncomfortable. Some people prefer to have a glove in order to be able to help them support the weight and support their wrist with 15 to 16 pounds of rifle weight on it, and some people don't. So we're getting a really good look here at Braden, who does not prefer to have a glove on his forward hand. He likes to be much closer to the rifle. He likes to feel the weight in his hands and be a little bit more in tune with that rifle. He wants his hands to be in the thick of it. Again, kind of as he's making this transition, he's going to make some small adjustments. He's checking his sight picture. You can see here how his neck, face, and eye alignment with his rifle and to the target is a lot different than what we saw in the sling positions where everything is really close and hunkered down and tight. Here, it's just not the case because the position doesn't necessarily allow it, or even physiologically, right? Braden is super tall. He's got a really long neck in comparison to some other people. He's got really long arms. And what that means is that he's got to get the sights way further up than some other people. Again, this is all based off of physiology, right? Not every football player has the same size feet, so they're going to use a different kind of shoe, a different brand, a different size. It's no different here. Everybody is going to have a different accessory in order for them to be able to perform at the level that they need or want to perform at. We'll see a couple of other people throughout today um, not use gloves here in standing. Again, they just like being a little bit more or a little bit less detached, a little bit more attached to the rifle. And I can attest, having a nice thick piece of insulated, supportive glove, foam glove is really, really nice. It makes shooting standing a breeze, but you lose a little bit of control. You lose a little bit of sense with what the rifle is doing, and basically how you can adjust it to your liking. So again, it's a coin toss. We've seen people use different kinds of gloves. So we see Sam has opted to use one here. What we've seen people do is even grab golf gloves and cut off the tips of the fingers. We've seen weightlifting gloves, right? Because they're supportive, but they're thin. So you still have mobility in your wrist, but you don't necessarily are holding all of the weight because you have a little bit of cushion, a little bit of padding. And you have the advantage of getting a little bit of grip between your a little bit kind of a different style or different kind of grip between your hand and the rifle. Again, all personal preference. Taking a look at Sam here. He's got a little bit of movement, kind of feeling himself out. He's still in sighting period here. A little bit of left and right. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, but he executes a really nice shot and he follows through. Look at that follow through. Taking a small adjustment into his sight, loading, stretching out his arm, trying to get the jacket and his undercoat or his shooting sweater to lay correctly. See, he's just making some adjustments here to his face and head, taking a couple of deep breaths, opening his eyes. A little bit of left and right coming through. Again, we're just looking at the end of the barrel, kind of the void of the end of the barrel here. Nice and still. Oh, okay. A 9-0 out to the left. Generally, when we're watching these athletes shoot, you can tell where the bullet will land based off of the recoil. So we always like to see recoil up and down, so not going up and to the left or up and out to the right, but nice and easy up and down. And we generally like to see it snappy. So we want to see it come up and then return as quickly as possible. That indicates that we have a nice, solid, and tight position. That means that the position is resisting the recoil, and that the position is resilient. It doesn't want to move from outside factors. That's a good thing. So as our shooters here start to sight in for standing, or at least some of them are still getting their equipment changed over, we can see a good portion of the athletes from Akron and the University of Kentucky still haven't taken their first shot here in standing. But we talked about this a little bit in the beginning, where the block time gives them free reign over how they want to spend their time. And we have 34 minutes left. That means that you have 34 minutes to fire all the shots that you want to take or can take to sight in your rifle and get your position solid for standing and shoot the 20 shots per record for standing. Generally speaking, we like to leave about a minute and a half in standing, a minute and a half per shot in standing. So the 20 shots per record, realistically, for most people, they'll need about a half an hour to execute it the way that they want to execute and execute it well. In our case here, we're now at 33 minutes and change. That only gives, or potentially only gives, Emily, Sophie, Liz, Sally, Caleb, and Diane 3 minutes to sight in and then transition over for record. Now, if they want to eke into that quote unquote half hour ideal time, they're more than welcome to. But what it's going to do is potentially put them in a mindset of needing to rush the shot. And if you're rushing the shot or you have to clip parts of your process out of the equation, that could result in a 9 that you necessarily don't have the time to care about, or you don't have the time of match to be able to do something about. You have to get the 20 in. If you don't shoot one, it's a 0. It doesn't count if you don't shoot it. So you have to get taking the 9 is better than taking the 0 is the mindset. And so when these athletes are trying to figure out, well, how quickly or how slowly do I want to shoot in order to be able to make sure that I can shoot the match the way that I want to, and I can produce the tens that I want to produce. We 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 see people decide on the short end, right in the middle, and then we see other folks choose the long end. There are athletes like Rachel that choose the mindset of, I don't want the clock determining how I shoot. I don't want being at the end of the match with 30 seconds left to get into my head. And it's athletes like Rachel who have chosen specifically and strategically to shoot fast. They see it, they take it. There's no take 3 breaths, let it settle, and then think about it and watch the bull through the sights and then take the shot. For them, that's too much gobbledygook. That's too many things to work on or otherwise eat time in their process that's eating up seconds and eating up minutes and eating up an hour and a half worth of time. So there are generally 1 to 2 athletes every match that decide to shoot very, very quickly. We saw Rachel come out of the match done with 42 minutes left. Let's call it 45 just to keep the math easy. She shot the match in half as much time as what she was allowed to shoot it in. Okay? On the flip side, we have Sophia and Emily, who are really taking their time. We're now under half an hour left in the match. Sophia has not uh, gone for record yet, so she only has two sighting shots, and she hasn't made the transition yet. 1 second. Yeah, no, you're good, Newt. All right, cool. Well, this was unexpected. So we actually have Rachel Paddock here, sitting next to us here in the UK Rifle Team room, and we're gonna just ask a couple of questions because we can, because we have athletes that are 20 feet away, and we can just pull them off when they're done shooting. So what we're gonna try to do is share the microphone here, and we'll go through a series of questions on the fly, if that's all right. Great, great, cool. So we're gonna try to speak into the microphone as best as we can and as loudly as we can because I have it set up so that we don't get a lot of the background noise here. Let me turn this up. Do. Cool. All right, great. So we were talking about how we've got some athletes that tend to shoot really fast and some that decide, well, they want to use as much of the match time as possible in order to be able to basically utilize all the time that they've been given. So what mindset or what made you choose to shoot the match so quickly? Is this kind of typical for you? Is this like match nerves that always come out?
Well, so for me, I did a lot of scat training and looking at my holds to see when my hold is the tightest.
Mhm.
And I have found that once I settle, I have a few seconds where it's a really tight hold. And then the more that I just sit, it just kind of opens up.
Mhm.
And so I have developed a process where when I come down on the target, if it's not like a good sight picture, I just reject and start all over.
Cool.
And so like I don't like staring at the 10 just waiting to take the shot, and it's just something that I had to shoot a lot of scat with and build a lot of trust in my hold and in my shooting abilities.
Cool. Now, for anybody that's not aware, what is scat?
So scat is a kind of like laser thing that you can put on the end of your barrel and hook it up to a computer, and then you can see where you're aiming and like your hold on the computer screen, and it's just a training and a diagnostic tool.
Cool. So as this laser is moving on a virtual or a makeshift target, you can see where the group or where your string is basically going, right?
Exactly.
Cool. So you've determined. How long have you been using SCAT?
I've been using scat for about 6 years now.
All right, so you've got a lot of experience with it. You know, basically over a long period of time practicing and training using SCAT, that you've been able to determine that whatever it is, 3 to 5 second window is the most ideal spot for you to take the shot.
Exactly.
Cool, cool. Now, out of curiosity, when in that whole process, right? And we're talking about just a few seconds here, but in that whole process, um, at what point, how many seconds, so to speak, does your group start to open up, and how much does it open up?
I would say probably around the 7 second mark, it starts to widen and is not a whole heck of a lot wider, but it's definitely a distinct variation than it was before. And like it just like gradually starts to open up. And it's like I'll still be able to shoot tens if I wait, but the amount of tens just decreases.
Got it. Cool. Man, I'm trying to think on the fly here. So this is very typical for you. Basically, around 45 minutes, you expect to be done with the whole match.
Yes.
Um, do you find that one position settles faster than others?
Kneeling, I definitely feel like I have a lot more time to settle just because you have the 15 minutes of sighting time, and so I'm just kind of sitting there, and I'll get sighted in, typically around having 6 minutes left, and then it's just taking shots just for like confirming, like, yep, I'm in position, things are good.
And you're just sitting there at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we talked about earlier how 15-minute sighting and prep is free time. Basically, you can spend it however you want. Now you mentioned specifically the 6-minute mark. At what point are you getting down into position, and how many minutes does it normally take you to get to your 6-minute mark?
So what I'll do is I'll sit behind my point and just kind of like get my head in the right spot until the 10-minute mark. That's when I'll get up, I'll put my jacket on and start getting ready to shoot. And then I'm typically shooting around the like 9-minute mark. And then us, it also depends on like if we're traveling or not, of how fast it takes to get sighted in, because like when you're traveling, you're taking your sights off and things tends to move more. And so like the 6-minute mark is about when things are starting to start shooting the tens.
Cool. Um, let's say the 6-minute mark becomes a 5-minute mark. What happens? Let's say things from one match or travel, you guys are going up to Alaska to shoot or wherever, and things aren't quite settling, and you basically hit the 6-minute mark. It's come and it's passed, and you're still not shooting tens. What does that look like for you? What is your process to basically hone everything in and for you really not eke into or not let the clock determine that what decisions you're going to make?
Yeah, so what I'll typically do is just remind myself, like, hey, 5 minutes is a lot of time. Like, especially when kneeling is going well in record, I can put my 20 shots down range in a little more than 4 minutes. And I'm like, okay, I have plenty of time. I got plenty of shots. You know what you're doing. And it's just like self assurance.
Right. So just from your scat training that your hold is so tight so quickly that you have plenty of time inside of the 6 minutes in order to be able to get back onto target, or even to go from, let's say the middle of the 9 ring into the middle of the 10 ring.
Exactly.
Cool. Any other? I was a slow shooter. I ran out the clock as far as possible because I just got used to, I'm going to spend every minute that you're going to give me kind of thing. Not necessarily that everybody is going to wait on me kind of thing, but to me, it was always advantageous because if you're going to give me an hour and a half, then why don't I spend the whole hour and a half shooting as well as I can? Do you ever feel like you're missing out, so to speak?
There's sometimes where I'm like, I like shooting, and then I get done with my match, and it's like, great, now I have like 50 minutes left to twiddle my thumbs. Kind of wish I was doing something. um, but for me, if I like spend a lot of time like just like with my rifle on my stand, I tend to overthink things, and I get in my head, and it makes it a lot more difficult to shoot than if it's just set the gun down, load, pick it back up, take it from the top.
Yeah, so you're looking to be very robotic about this.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Um, I had a teammate, Sonia May, who was also very robotic with how she shot. She saw it, she took it, and was very blank faced throughout the entire match because that is just how she shot, and she also finished up rather quickly. I think she normally had around 30 minutes left in the match, but that there seems to be two or three groups of shooters. There seems to be the ones like you who have found that they're either through the clock not trying to make the decisions for them, or by using scat and determining that their groups are tightest in a very short window and then start to open up. There seems to be that group of people, And then there seems to be this other group of people like myself where, yeah, we're going to use every minute that you give us. And I think Sophia is part of my group. Again, I'm looking at the clock and we're looking at the screens here. We've got less than 20 minutes to go. Sophia is still in ciders for standing, as well as Emily. So they'll have less than a minute a shot to be able to take for standing. Now, in the 20 minutes, shot like 40 rounds. So like,
Yeah, so part of me kind of wishes I could do that, but I, like I said before, I overthink things so much when I shoot slower. And then there's always a voice in my head is like, what if your blue tube falls off? Like, or
yeah.
like something like that, where it's like you have something major happen, and I don't want to be in that spot where it's like, great, I have 30 seconds to take a shot, and the time is dictating how I shoot, not me.
Right. And that's the one. So the people that I've talked about who shoot like you, just very quickly, generally speaking, that's what their reason is. They don't want the timer to dictate how they shoot. They're going to own it basically. Whereas, again, just different kinds of mentalities here. And it looks like Sophie's actually finally transitioned. It looks like Emily is still struggling a little bit here. 18 and a half minutes left to go. It's always a nail biter for me. Especially, it's just like, man, like you're really in crunch time at this point. Anything else? As a fast shooter, what else have you found that you may be able to share with somebody else who's tuning in?
So for me, cadence is very important, and when I tend to slow down my cadence, that's like typically when I start overthinking everything and just like staring at the 10, trying to uh, make it a better 10 when it's already 10. Like it's a 10 and go kind of deal. But it's also, there's like a curve, like well, a bell curve that's for like your effort versus income. And for me, whenever I start to slow down, I start to overtry. And someone, it was like an analogy of like your effort of like you have a cup. If you put 100% of water in your cup, you're fine. But if you put 110%, like say you're trying 110%, then you get a mess. And so for me, shooting fast kind of keeps me in that like golden perfect area of I'm trying just enough, but not too much where it's affecting my scores.
Got it. Trying to think. Yes, you're managing the effort over time uh kind of graph, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got it. Man. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Go Zips.
Go Cats. Good talking with you, Rachel. Thanks so much.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you too.
Good talking to you. Yeah, I've never done that before either. Well, you guys just heard it from Rachel. She has done everything, all the training, and that she needs to in order to determine that her group is going to be best, her hold is going to be best in that very, very tight 3 to 5 second window. And between her and her coaches, this is how they've determined that she shoots best. Just want to thank you again. Hopefully we can get another mic set up so we don't have to trade the microphone back and forth, so we can really have a true conversation next time. But really appreciate it, Rachel. Thank you so much. Alrighty, coming back over to the match overall, we've got 15 and a half minutes left. Sophia started her standing position for record with 18 and a half. She's only got 3 shots in, so she's taking about a minute a shot. That's generally, I'm not even going to say generally considered fast. 45 seconds is generally considered fast. By the time you put the gun, you've got the gun laying on the on the stand, and so you don't have to hold the rifle for the entire portion of the standing match. You have the rifle in the stand, you reach over, you grab a bullet, you load it into the chamber, close the bolt, you pick up the rifle, you set your elbow into your hip, you look down target, you let the rifle settle, you bring your face onto the cheek piece, you look, determine where you're actually aiming, make whatever adjustments you need to get everything aligned so that you're looking on the bowl. Hopefully by that time you're not swaying and you're actually looking at what is a nice tight hold. And then you can start the shot process of trying to squeeze the trigger exactly when you want it to go off. That whole process, oh, and then putting the rifle back down, taking the shot, following through, and then putting the rifle back onto the stand. That whole process inside of 45 seconds is actually rather quick. Seeing it, take people as little as 20 or 30, but at that point, again, you start basically making trade-offs. You start cutting into portions of your process in order to be able to try to get all of the shots in such a tight amount of time. See here, we talked about this earlier with Sophie, but she does experience a little bit of vertical movement, particularly in the standing positions. That's just a nature thing between her, the target height, and how far she has to lean or push out her hips towards the target. And we're seeing that come through on her bull right now. She's got everything from a 10-4 high down to a 9-7 low, and it is all in a vertical string, 12 to 6 o'clock. And I give a small shout out to Braden Pizer, who shot a clean standing with a 200 with 16 X's for a 597 with 44 X's for his small bore match. 12 and a half minutes to go. Most people are into the set, if they haven't already finished up, are into the second card or the second string, the second 10-shot series that we'll see on target 4 on Joseph's target actually reset. There we go. We get a really good look. I mean, that looks like a prone group, for crying out loud. Let's see. Let's add this up real quick while we got this on screen. 10-5 and a 10-5 is a 21. So we're doing the decimal addition. We got a 21.6, a 22.3, a 22.8. I'm sorry, I'm counting up. We've got 1 point, 1.6, 2.3, 2.8, 3 points, 3.3, 3.7, 3.7 plus the 1.4 in the end. That's a 105.1 in standing. And you can see he's all smiles and laughing about it too. Talking it over with Coach Papasadori here. So going down the lineup again, most folks are very close to, if not have already finished up. 11 minutes to go. It looks like Emily and Sophia are the last two shooters on the line. They have 13 and 12 shots left to go, respectively. Looks like Braden is just waiting to take his time here for his teammates to finish up, come back out to the line and finish with them. Sally from University of Akron has one shot left to go, looking for a 554. Caleb just starting out his second series with a 9.5, so he's got 9 shots left to go. Working on a low 570s score at this point. Rachel Paddock finished up with a 580 with 28 X's. So we just had on the mic, giving us peeling back a little bit into her mindset of why she shoots so quickly. We got her teammate Joseph with 7 shots left to go, 2 10-0s, and then an unfortunate 8-6. But he's got some room. He's got some room left to end up with a nice score in the 70s. We got Diane with 3 shots left to go. Again, aiming for that mid 570 score. We've got Natalia, 584 with 27 X's, only narrowly being beaten out by her teammate Matthew Kimball, 586 with 28 X's. So good performance from Matthew and Natalia. Coming over to the University of Kentucky athletes, we've got Sam Atkins, unfortunate 299s and now a 10-0 to end the match for a 588 with 28 X's. A bit of a rough standing. He had 297s back to back, which doesn't necessarily look bad on paper, but he's only got 6 X's to show for it. And he's got a 9-8 and 2 9-9s on this last card. So group was maybe there, maybe could have been a little bit tighter to eke out a few more tenths of a point, and that would have helped his integer score a little bit. We've got Martin, shot 19 is a 9-0 out to the left. We're seeing a little bit of that canting movement here. It's really that 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock kind of movement, and he ends on a nice solid 10-4 with 37 X's. Great X count for him. Right around the, I don't know, maybe 30 to 35 X's, especially for scores this high, like upper 580s to low 590 scores. Generally, we'll see somewhere between 30 and 35 X's. As soon as we start to see scores in the mid to upper 590s in small bore, we'll start to see much higher X counts. They generally range from 40 to 45 X's. I don't know that I'd have to look back at Braden's other 597s that he's shot, but I don't know that he's cracked 50 X's yet. Taking a quick look here at Liz Probst. We got about 7.5 minutes left. She's got 2 more shots to go. She's cleaned the first card. She's got a 9-9 on shot 12, but she's got X's surrounding it all the way to through shot 18. 2 shots left, looking for a 588. If she's got 2 more 10s, she'll tie it up with her teammate Martin Voss. Taking a quick look back here at Sophia and Emily, respectively. They have 6 shots left to go, and Emily has 8 left to go. She's working on that 8th one right now, so that'll show up here on the screen very shortly. And they've got 6 minutes and change left. Sophia's first target, a 99. Unfortunate 9-6 on shot 14 for her. And Emily has almost doubled up exactly where Sophia had her 9-6. She comes out with a 9-4, also low in the bowl at 6 o'clock. Emily's first card in standing an 84. Again, I'm not sure if that was nerves or letting that clock really get to her, but definitely want to see her in a better spot here on this the second string. Seeing just a few more shots come down range because we don't nearly have as many shooters who are still competing. Most of them have finished the match here. See Liz with a nice solid 10-9, nearly perfect there. You can see just a little bit out to the right. But 10-9 nonetheless. Sophia with a 9-2, doubling up on that 9-6. We'll leave her to her business. She's got 5 minutes and change left, 5 shots to go. Working on mid-30s X count. Maybe nerves coming through. She's got 5 shots left. If she had 5 10s, it'd be a 594. It'd be an excellent small bore score for her. Just crossing the 5 minute mark, Sally from Akron finishes up with a 553 with 19 X's. Teammate Caleb, 2 shots left, working on low 570s, 18 X's accumulated so far. Yep, he's got a 9.6 on shot 19, and he's got one more left to go. Talked about Rachel. Rachel talked to us. She's got a 580 with 28 X's. Looks like she's going to come out with third or fourth best score for Akron. We'll see how Joseph finishes up here. He's got a 95 on his first card, working on what appears to be maybe a 93 or 94 on his second, but he's got 2 shots left to go, and he's got a 10-3 on shot 19. He's got another 10. He'll end with a 582 with 27 X's. Diane with that 570 with 29 X's. Great X count for the score. That 7 and that 8-4 on those last 2 shots will definitely bring down the score, but the X count will still remain high, assuming that the ratio of non-center 10s to center X's is just maintained throughout the course of the match. We got Natalia, just about 3.5 minutes left to go. She's completed her match, 584, 27 X's. Matthew Kimball, also from Akron, 586. High score for them with 28 X's. Sophie coming off of those 2 9s with 3 X's. She's got 2 shots left to go. Emily with 2 8 9s. One sitting at 3 o'clock, the other one sitting at 6 o'clock. 3 shots left to go. 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Talked about Sam, 588, 28 X's. Martin, 588, 37. Liz tying Martin with a 588 with 37 X's. And Braden with a 597 with 44 X's. Trying to leave Sophie alone so that she can shoot her match. Have a tendency to to jinx whoever I'm talking about. Looking at Emily, coming off of those 2 8s with a slightly deeper 9.6. Although that 9.6 is stacked up. There you go, Sophie. Is stacked up on one of those 8 9s there, sitting at 3 o'clock. Sophie ends her match with a 10-2, still sitting a little on the south side of that bull, but I think she was letting time and some of that some of the struggles with her hip come into play there, but ends the match on a great 594 with 38 X's. Solid score. Got a minute and a half left to go. Emily has found the middle again with a 10-0 on shot 19. And we'll see what she does to end her match. Oh, an unfortunate 8-5 on shot 20. So she's got an 84 on her first card, but improved to a 91 on her second. Ending with a 559 with 18 X's for a 172. I'm sorry, a 175 and 2 X's out of the standing position. And that is it. That is the conclusion of our small bore portion of the match today of University of Kentucky versus Akron. At this point, Coach Mullins will cease the match. We'll call for a ceasefire. And we will transition the range from small bore to air rifle. You can actually see the air rifle line here in frame of our cameras. We'll actually take all of the monitors and the boxes and we'll move them forward to the targets rather than trying to move the targets to the shooters. The way the targets maintain their position throughout the entire course of the match. And what these athletes will do is fully transition over to using their air rifles. So it's a completely separate rifle, shoots completely different pellets and bullets. And as soon as we hear back from our coaches, we will get everybody a sense of when when the air rifle relay is going to start. Generally speaking, we allow between 25 minutes and a half an hour. So it'll likely be around 11:15, but make sure your speakers are turned up so that when I find out, you find out. Until then, I hope you enjoyed the commentary and the broadcast so far, but we're going to sign off for momentarily and we'll be back. Thanks, everyone.
Check, check, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Just, yeah, I mean, I use this. The only time I really use this to like output back into it is for radio feeds for men's basketball road games. And that always.
So you're using this for the road games?
For like, we get a feed from the radio station to us over internet lines.
Got it.
So
I can hear everything.
you may even want to just go into the main mix of it, the L and R out headphone jacks back here.
Okay.
Maybe.
Sure.
All right, folks, if you are still there, still tuning in, just want to let everybody know we did have a slight delay coming out of small bore and into air rifle. We just had to allow the shooters from Akron to uncase their guns, set them all up, and make sure that everything is functioning correctly. So we will start the match here in just a few minutes at 11:30. 11:30 start time for the 15-minute preparation and sighting period, and then we'll move into match fire. Alrighty, folks. Giving a small recap of small bore before we move into the live stream for air rifle here. University of Kentucky coming out of small bore with a 23-67 against the Akron Zips 23-31. Just a few highlights we want to go over here. Braden Pizer with that 597, 73% of his shots were X's. Perfect standing, 200 with 16 X's coming from Braden Pizer. Great score for him. That is his third 597, tying his career high again. Sophia Ciccarello with a 594, 63% of her shots were X's with a perfect 200 in prone. Three Wildcats tying at a 598, Martin Voss, Liz Probst, and Sam Adkins. Martin and Liz tying for score and X's with a 588 with 37 X's. This is also our second best small bore score this season, only second to the small bore score we had in Alaska at the University of Alaska Fairbanks with that 2368. Giving some small shout outs for the Zips here. We've got Joseph Hahn with a 581, 27 X's with a perfect standing again. Great performance from him. We've got Mr. Kimball here with a 586 with 28 X's. High score for the Zips, only closely followed by Natalia with a 584 with 27 X's for a total of 110 team centers or team X's. Great performance from both teams, but definitely rooting for the Cats here today. 1 point shy of their second best small bore score this season. Looking to continue that performance in air rifle and come out with a good team score in the end. Again, 47-59 is the current team record. So we're only 8 points shy of that right now. Looking for the Cats to perform at their best in air rifle. See how close they can get. Maybe even break it today. All right, transitioning over to our live feed here. Again, we've got those awesome cameras set up in the range where we can look down at our athletes, get a real nice close look at them. 15-minute preparation and sighting period has already started, already been called for these athletes. We got about 12 minutes left, just crossed the 12-minute mark. Talked about this earlier, but apparently there's a new nickname going around for Rachel Paddock. It's Machine Gun Paddock. Not to poke or prod about how quickly she shoots. We did have her on earlier, and she was talking about her mindset and what she has found works best for her. Again, as much as this is a team sport, it's also an individual sport. Every one of these rifles is individually tuned for every individual athlete's performance, just as it would be with any other sport. And Rachel has just found that her hold happens to be very quick and it's very short. And that hold only maintains for a very small window of time before it starts to open up. And mentally, she starts to think about and drift about other things, and really, really drift out of where she needs to be, which is on the line shooting tens. Always interesting to get a sense of how other people shoot and what they find works best for them. Get an awesome shot here of Braden Pizer just getting started to settle in here for standing. No shots up on the board yet. But again, 597. Third career high here at UK. Perfect standing. Again, that 200 with 16 X's. Can you imagine 80% of the shots that you take are X's? Right? That's like a 3-point percentage of 80%. That's kind of crazy. And you can see again here, he does not choose to use a glove for his standing positions. So he really takes those long fingers and wraps them around the stock here. You can see him just coming on down onto that trigger. Now, we won't see any smoke come out of the barrel because there's no gunpowder when it comes to air rifle. You can actually see a small air rifle or air compressor tube that sits underneath the barrel. You can actually see the dial pointing in the green there, just giving them a sense of how much air they have left in the gun. So we charge up that cylinder using some scuba tanks just prior to the match. Make sure that we have enough air to get through the whole thing. We can see Braden coming down, giving a quick look over to our camera here, and then is going to come down onto that trigger. And then all of a sudden, rifle's going to settle. Got a little bit of sway left and right coming through right now. Yeah, and he doesn't like it right off the rip, so he's just gonna take it off, take the gun out. You can see here he's actually using some adjustment knobs on the side or on the back side of his rifle to adjust the cheek piece height up and down. And what that's going to do is, assuming that he looks away from the target and then looks back through the sight, what he should find is that his eye perfectly aligns with the very, very tiny 1 millimeter hole in the back end of his rear sight. That's really what he's trying to do right now. So you can see he's basically looking to get on target. He's looking away from the target or looking away from the iris. And then he's looking back. He's almost double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking every time he's looking down. Yeah, and that one was much more settled. And it comes through too. He's got a 10-3 on the board right now. Again, still insiders. Nothing is going to count for score, for record at this point. Looks like Emily Marn here is just about to take her first sighting shot, and everybody is well on their way. Now, a few differences between small bore and air rifle. Again, a great look at the cylinder, the barrel, that little extension tube on the end where that front sight is sitting. Looks like Emily's got plenty of air. She's looking down her sights, approaching the trigger. Just waiting for her to take that first shot. Oh, no, she was taking a hold. Okay, cool. So, a few things. First, we move in from 50 feet to 10 meters. 10 meters is roughly 10.5 to 11 yards, so it comes out to around 33 to 34 feet. Okay, part of that reason is because we're only using air to propel the small lead .177 caliber pellets rather than having a bullet or a cartridge that has a primer and gunpowder and brass that we load into the rifle, and there's a small explosion and then pushes the bullet out towards the target. The other difference is that because there's no explosion, you have to have some way to propel that little pellet that's going to come from those air cylinders that we see on everybody's rifles. So that's the one commonality. Shorter distance, much lower amounts of energy, have to use air. And because there's very little force, because the pellets weigh barely anything, and they're not moving nearly as fast as a .22 long rifle projectile, what we're not going to see is that little puff of smoke because there's no gunpowder burning, and so it's a little less it's a little less enthusiastic. What we are going to see is a significantly reduced amount of recoil. You will see some recoil, but not a lot. You'll almost see the rifle shake, or otherwise you'll see the rifle move back and up ever so slightly. You have to look really, really hard. You may be able to see it on Sophia. So if you look at the end of her barrel, you can't even tell when she actually squeezes the shot through. Yeah, barely. And there she goes. She's already loading another one. So it's a little less intuitive when we're looking at the athletes when they actually take the shot because it's a lot less reactive to the shooter. Or otherwise, we'd have to really, really zoom in on the end of the on the end of the barrel, the furthest point away from the shooters, in order to be able to really see when they're executing. We normally just we're looking at the targets, or we're hearing the actual individual blast or the pop of the air moving down the barrel in order to determine when they actually take a shot. The other thing about air rifle is that 10-2s are now X's, which is kind of nice. The bad part is that the targets are smaller because we're moving in, but proportionally, air rifle is a little bit easier. So generally speaking, overall, we're going to see higher scores from any one of the athletes from today. We will likely see a lot more scores in the 590s. We will see lots of scores in the 580s. Right, and so really good look here. We got up at 3.5 minutes left. Taking a look at Sophia, we're just going to look at the end of the barrel. So she's coming down onto her cheek piece. Right now, she's staring down, getting a sense of what's the movement looking like. Again, barely any movement. There it is. Blink and you'll miss it. So generally, we're looking here to that pop. If you're standing in the range, you're watching online through the Megalink Live, you then can really correlate, okay, that's when they're taking the shot because everything is connected. Again, Sophia, just like the last match that we watched her at, she was struggling a lot in air rifle with a lot of left and right sway, was taking 3, sometimes 4 holds per shot. You can see she's taking some mini holds here. She's looking away, she's looking back. She's looking away, she's looking back. Blink and you'll miss it. There it is. Again, it's just a little tiny bit of barrel movement when it comes to air rifle. The way that the rifles are designed, they actually have a small absorber system that's built into the back of the action. And so as the recoil or the pressure actually comes through the rifle, there's a small absorber that actually absorbs a lot of that force. But regardless of what somebody tells you, there is recoil. There is something being pushed at a velocity, equal and opposite reaction. You have to feel it. It's ever so slight, but it's there. Looking across the board, again, about a minute and a half left here. Looks like everybody is finding the middle, trying to fine-tune everything. It looks like Emily actually hasn't taken a shot yet. I'll have to ask either her or coaches what's going on there. At least maybe it's not registering for us, but it's registering for her, but that may be a technical issue. But everybody is starting to find the middle. We're looking for a series of 10s. We want back-to-back 10s when it comes to air rifle. Generally speaking, in order to get onto the first page of top scores when it comes to NCAA air rifle, you need to be shooting in the 599 to 600 realm. Keep in mind, 60 shots, 10 points per shot. Over the course of the 60 shots, you can only drop 110. That's it. To get on the first page of results for the country. So, extremely tight tolerances when it comes to air rifle in comparison to small bore. Looking here at Sam, nice string of 10s. 10-2X, like we talked about, 10-8, 10-3, 10-6, 10-7, 10-6. So he's really dialed in. We like to see X's back to back to back, particularly with that much time left in sighting and prep. Again, as soon as that 15 minutes is over, everybody's targets reset, and now everything is live. So it looks like we may have had a small technical issue. So Coach Mullins actually went over to Emily's target screen and actually moved it so that she could see. I'm not sure why she put it on the ground versus up on the pedestal. Again, maybe a technical issue here, but we'll see who breaks the match for us. It's always a little nerve-wracking to take the first shot. And there you go. Martin takes the first shot for us for a 10-3. Rachel right behind him with a 9-7. Braden with a 10-7. Yeah, as soon as the first shot breaks, you give it maybe 10 seconds, and then everybody else follows after that. Sam again with a nice solid 10-5. Looks like Salarique starts out the match with a 10-9. Good for her. Rachel Paddock coming in with a 10-0 off of that 9-7. Looking at a good look at Martin here. We got a 10-3, 10-2, sitting on the north side of the bowl. So we're looking for him to come down a little bit. Particularly in the standing position, it can be a little difficult to determine which adjustment to make, regardless of whether it's left and right or whether it's up and down. It could be that you just need to move your sights. It could be that left and right, you're not aligned with the center of the whole target. Okay. These new target stands are actually offset. So the old style of target stand were the target and the frame were all in line with one another, whereas now the target is actually offset to the right-hand side from the actual mechanism that moves it up and down. And so it can be a little difficult for anybody that's not used to it to come up to one of these new targets because the center of the whole target stand is actually to the left of the bowl. And so these athletes have had to basically transition and work at understanding where the new middle of the target or the bowl that they're looking at is. Quick look at Emily, 10-7 on her first shot, a 9-1 on her second. Definitely didn't like it. She knew either didn't execute well or that it was going to go out there. You could see some of the reactions that she had. Coming back in for a 10-2 and following through on it. If you do shoot a 9, make sure the next one isn't. Mostly understand what went wrong such that you know what that needs to change to not do it again. Again, air rifle is a little bit more interesting just because of how quickly shots are taken and the time allowance that's also given. So rather than an hour and a half like they were given for as block time for small bore, they're only given an hour and 15 minutes for these 60 record shots. Part of that is because there's only one position in air rifle. So all 60 shots will be done in the standing position versus small bore, the 3x20 event is 20 shots in 3 different positions. And so you need a little bit more time in order to be able to transition from one position to another to sight in, as well as transition those accessories and equipment over as well. And Emily comes off the line after a 9-0 in the same spot as that 9-1. So it looks like she's just bouncing in and out of that 10 ring today. Coming across the board for our University of Kentucky athletes, we've got Liz, Braden, and Martin here up on screen. Liz, clean so far, had a weak 10-0, just nicked the edge of that little center dot. Looking for her to recover a little bit. Braden, 1 point down. He had a 9-9 on shot 2 at 2 o'clock. Martin clean so far, all X's. Liz coming back for a hold. So again, basically practicing mid-match, going through the motions of taking a shot, understanding or trying to figure out why she had a 10-8 and a 10-6, super tight on top of each other in the middle, and then she had this weak 10. So she's trying to figure out mid-match what she needs to do or what happened, what went wrong, and then correct. And look at that. She's got a 10-4 off of that correction. My only concern, 10-4 is on top of that 10-6 and that 10-8, which is great. Don't get me wrong. However, that whole group is just sitting a little high. You can always tell where the group is sitting if you look at the 8s that are sitting around the bowl. So you can see that the 8 on the 12 o'clock side or the north side of the bowl is a little bit more covered up than the 8 on the south side of the bowl. So we know that the group is covering up on the top side of the 10 ring. And she's got a 10-0 sitting low. So that may be strategic for her. Again, short-statured shooter, maybe struggling a little bit with that up and down today. But that's not typical for Liz. So we'll see what happens there. Speaking of up and down, we look at Sophie. Typical group for her. There are times when she's really, really tight. 10 5s, 10 6s. And there are other times where she has these low dropouts. She's got these 10 1s, these 10 2s that sit low. And sometimes, yeah, you can even see she's 3 shots into the match. She's already broken position. She is resuiting up, trying to basically restart mid-match and come back up to the line fresh. And sometimes that's necessary, right? It's almost like you got to get away from the funk, got to get out of the funk, start over from scratch. The rifle sighted in, you know it, right? You just had 15 minutes to make sure it was shooting in the middle where you want it to go. You've proven that it's in the middle. You've got 3 10s to prove that, but they're just not where you want them to be. So she may be struggling either mentally, or she may just honestly be lined up on the left-hand side of the target. Got to understand, we blow these targets up to fill the screen, but the distance that she would have to move to go from where she is to the center line of that target is 2 millimeters, less than 1/10 of an inch, closer to 1/16 of an inch than anything. Can you imagine if I told you that, hey, you've got to just while you're standing here, stand up. I want you to move your 2 feet a 1/16 of an inch backwards. I want you to move your feet a 1/16 of an inch forwards. Just to move the amount that Sophie needs to move. And again, dead still. Barely any movement coming through the barrel. And we also see something interesting here. So we've got Matthew Kimball actually having some nonverbal communication with his coach. It's a new rule change that's allowed athletes to communicate with their coaches while they are up on the line. So unlike football, where coaches are feeding a headset inside the quarterback's helmet and they're telling them what to do or what play to run, right? Here, there's no electronics allowed on the line, basically. Maybe one exception to that rule, but we'll get to that in a minute. But other than that, up until recently, if a shooter wanted to interact with a coach in any way, they had to basically break position, put the rifle down, make it safe, and then come all the way off the line to have that conversation, have that interaction with their coach. And then after that, would have to come back up to the line, reset everything, hope everything is still lined up in the middle. Their feet aren't a 1/16 of an inch off, or heaven forbid, a 1/4 of an inch off, and now it puts them outside of the 10 ring to restart their match. The other unique thing about air rifle is that everything is for record at this point. So there's no going back to sighters after the first 20 shots. That's not allowed. So the hour and 15 minutes basically gives you a minute per shot for 20 shots, and then we'll give you a 5-minute break. And then a minute per shot for 20 shots, it's 20 minutes. And then you get a 5-minute break. If you do that over the course of the match, assuming that nothing goes wrong, you'll finish the match out in an hour and 10 minutes. 20 minutes for the first 20 shots, 20 minutes for the second, 20 minutes for the third. That gets you an hour, plus 2 5-minute breaks in between the first 20, second 20, and then the second 20 and the third 20. Now, do people actually structure their match that way? Generally not. Everybody is going to shoot the way that they want to shoot or they have found works best for them. Just like we were talking about with Rachel, we're 10 minutes in to this match. She is already at the halfway point, right? And to attest to her abilities and what she's done using the SCAT laser training system, she's got a 99, a 99, and a 98 to show for it. So there's some validity to what she's saying when she says, yeah, I have a 2 to 3 second or a 3 to 5 second window. And there she goes. She's now, drilling a 10-7 to start off her fourth string. She's got this very, very tiny window where she knows is best for her to execute mentally and physically. Now, can it bite her? Yes. And look, she's got a 9-8 in the same spot that she had the 2 9s on her third series. So whatever she is doing, she's doing it consistently. She's going to come back down on the gun, and I'm sure within a couple of seconds here, we're going to see that next shot register, and there you go. She's still out to the right. It's still a 10. It's a 10-4. Don't get me wrong. I love 10-4s. 10-4s are great. But we're looking at where the group is sitting. Okay. She could be struggling a little bit with the cant of the rifle. This typical 4 to 5 o'clock to what we're going to call 10 to 11 o'clock kind of stringing is pretty typical for a cant issue or inconsistent cant. Not necessarily a cant issue, but inconsistent cant, right? And now she's starting to generate a group on the right-hand side of that bowl. Just needs to bring it in a little bit, and there she goes. She does that with the 10-5. Taking a look here at Braden Pizer, nice little close-up. 10 so far through this string. He had that unfortunate 9-9 on shot 2, but is recovering really well. He's now what will be 13 10s deep. A 10 on his first, a 9 on his second. He's got 15 shots up on the board. So 13 X's, 13 10s in a row. 15 shots in, 13 X's. So that 10-0 on shot 11 was the only non-center 10 that he's shot so far. And this is pretty on pace for him. We're about 10 minutes into the match. He's a fairly quick shooter, about 45 seconds a shot, give or take, and there you go. He's got a 10-8. Because of some of the weights that Braden has added to his rifle, or otherwise opting for a steel tube or steel air tube that you'll see here versus an aluminum tube, and all of the other accessories and weights that you see on the rifle, you can even see he's changed out the original sight risers for what appears to be brass extensions in order to get a little bit more weight on the front end of the gun. You can even see that brass weight on the end of his rail that he's also using to add weight forward of his hand, just to steady the rifle as much as possible. But the further out the weight is, the more weight that the rifle has, the less recoil you're going to have, the less reactive the gun is, and unfortunately, the harder it is to see when he actually takes the shot. So we're a little bit of mercy at the mercy of the live stream feed of the target here on Megalink. But he's very quick to come onto the trigger. You can see him looking and staring. Looking at the end of his barrel. Again, a little bit of pop, and there you go. He's got a 10-9 to show for it. And what Braden likes to do is watch the sights and watch the bull come into view. So he'll stare down the sights, and he'll watch the perfect sight image come into view, and then he'll wind up taking the shot. Just crossing into the hour mark, 15 minutes into the match, that is. Rachel Paddock has just finished up her fourth series. She's on shot 42 at this point. Most people have not finished 20 shots left. So she's shooting nearly twice as fast as anybody else. Going across the board now, just to give everybody a sense of how these athletes are sitting positionally wise. We've got Sally from Akron. She's got a 158 with 4 X's, 94 on her first card. She's now down 6 on her second. We have Caleb with a 198, back-to-back 99s. Good performance there. We've got Rachel, pair of 99s, a 98, an unfortunate 96. We saw that her group opened up significantly in comparison to those 99s. However, she is 3x's deep on her her fifth string through shots 41 through 43. Moving over to Joseph here. 98 on his first card, working on a 99 on his second. He's got a 9-7 on shot 18. Looking at Diane, she's got a 93 on her first, 96 on her second. She just completed, ending on a 9-9 for shot 20. We got Natalia, 97 on her first card, working on an unfortunate 98 on her second. So a small improvement, but unfortunately had a 9-9 on shot 18 and a 9-8 on shot 20 to end that string. We've got Matthew Kimball really taking his time, 97 on his first card, working on, he's clean so far, and on his second, 5 shots in, 5 X's in as well. We've got Sophia, who came off the line, came back to the gun, is now reestablished that group. It's on the upper left-hand corner of the bull, but she is squeaking by. She's got a 100 with 8 X's. But if you asked me if that had 8 X's, I would tell you that I didn't think it would. The group is still a little off center. I'll say a little off center. It's not a little wide. It's a little off center. The group is actually nice and established at this point. I think she's just got to make that small adjustment to really get it back into the middle. Emily just finished up her first card, starting her second, 94 on the first 10-shot string with a 10-0, squeaking by, first shot on her second string. She's got a 104 with 2 X's. One of the main differences between small bore and air rifle is that rather than having to cover the dot now, all you have to do is touch it. If you touch it, like we see on Emily's target right now, you are awarded a 10-0. If you cover the dot, just cover the dot, it is a 10-2, and that is considered an X. Moving on to her teammate, Sam Adkins, who has cleaned his first card, a 98 on his second, but he's working his way back up. He's got 4 X's deep on his third string here, and we're going to leave him alone because he's doing really well. A little bit of left and right movement, but nothing to be concerned about right now. Martin, a pair of 98s. Between his first 2 series, he's got 20 shots in, a 196 with 15 X's. Looks like he's not coming off the line for a break. He's just going to continue through. And he's right on pace. He's got 20 shots in, working on 21st, and we are about half an hour into the match. 10-6 to start. It's great. You also see that Martin has opted to use a pair of earmuffs versus traditionally athletes have used earbuds, which are just the small plastic variety that you roll between your fingers or that are custom molded for your ear and you just plug in. One of the nice things about earmuffs is that they're a little bit more noise dampening, so you kind of find yourself in your own world and in your own zone a little bit better. But the other thing to think about is in the range and at NCAAs at the championship level, we will have music playing in the background, and that music can be fairly distracting to some individuals, regardless of how much they train and practice with that music going on as well. So Martin has just opted to use a pair of earmuffs in order to be able to just drown out some of the external noise, and particularly because we've got some for air rifle, because we move the athletes forward, it gives us some space for some spectators inside the range, and you'll see them in some of the shots here in just a few minutes. But there may be some conversations in the back, there's music going on, people are coming off the line and adjusting equipment, having conversations with coaches. There you go, a good view of the spectators there. And earmuffs just do a slightly better job of drowning out a lot of the noise and the fuss going on behind you. You can see Coach Papasadora kind of getting a feel for how everybody's doing, having a quick conversation with Liz offline. Everybody getting a drink of water. Sam taking a break after shot 25, again sitting on pace. Emily doing very well. She's got 3 10s, now 4 in her second string. So she's got a 9-4 on shot 14, sitting a little wide. But those 10s or those X's are looking really good. They are sitting on the north side of that 10 ring. It's going to happen, right? As positions settle, you look through or have a slightly different cheek pressure. It's going to move the group around the 10 ring. Looking at Sophie again, I think she's going to shoot donuts today. She's going to be 10-0 and go here in air rifles. She's really putting in a lot of work. We'll have to come back to her and get a close up, see how many holds she's taken. She's clean so far. 13 shots in, 13 10s. Otherwise perfect. She's got 10 X's, but the non-center 10s are pretty wide. So she's got 10-5, relatively deep, 10-1. And then she's got a 10-2 on the opposite side of the bowl. And she's coming back to a 10-5. Yeah, and you can see she's looking down, taking a deep breath, and look at that. She's already adjusting her either her butt plate length with some of these quick turn knobs that are on the rifles, or otherwise her cheek pressure. You can also raise and lower those cheek pieces just with a loosen, quick adjust, and retighten. Generally with Sophie, we'll see her actually let the whole gun in position settle first. She's slow to come down on the gun. She's looking twice through the sights. She'll generally let the position settle a second time before she actually executes. There you go. Yeah, and it's another 10-2 where that 10-1 on shot 12 was. Yeah, and she's going to take a dry fire shot. So the cool thing about the air rifles is that we'll talk about a combo of things. There's a rule that says you're not allowed to expel air without a shot coming out. So you can't expel air and not have a shot actually register on the target. That is considered a misfire, and you will be awarded a 0 for the shot. So rifles have a dry fire function where it basically resets the trigger but disconnects the air chamber from actually propelling air down the barrel. And so what Sophie has done is on the left-hand side of her action, the action that's actually closest to her face, the part of the action that's closest to her face, she's flipped over that little lever, that little switch to go from live fire to dry fire. What you'll notice is that she will open the action, she will close the action, and then she won't load a pellet. And then she'll just pick it right back up and go again. So there you go. She just executed the shot. She's going to take another hold, trying to figure out what's going on here. Kind of like what we saw Liz Probst do here in small bore earlier this morning. So a slightly different approach of what Sophie is doing in comparison to her last match. Her last air rifle match that we were watching her at here at the University of Kentucky Rifle Range, she was really struggling with a lot of left and right movement. And she knew that at some point it was going to stop, but she didn't know when it was going to stop. So she just had to stare it down and execute when she could. Here, I think the problem is slightly different. I think she's still working the problem, but she's actually taking a different approach, a slightly different solution. What she's doing is dry firing the rifle. She's repeating the process, which means, or which tells me that she is trying to figure out where the problem is, where the execution, where the gap is in her execution in comparison to the results that she's seeing. She's doing everything per her process. She's coming down slow onto the rifle. She's letting the rifle settle and the position come into play. She's looking down and staring at the sights. She's coming onto the trigger the same way. And now she's doubled up 2 shots, 10-4 and 10-5. Still sitting on the top side of the bowl. But we'll let her get a few more shots and we'll come back to her. Here we go. We are less than a half an hour into the match, and Rachel Paddock is done. 588 with 34 X's. Now, in comparison, we talked about this earlier, where we're going to see slightly higher scores in air rifle than we will small bore. Yeah, so she finished in 23 minutes for a total ag score of 1168, 580 in small bore, 588 in air rifle. Again, same shooter, 580 in small bore, 588 in air rifle. I think a lot of that is just due to the fact that small bore inherently is a lot harder. The positions are a lot more technical. I mean, there's 3 positions in comparison to 1. There's a lot more equipment that needs to be changed. It's a lot more physical because you're doing basically up downs over the course of an hour and a half. And in comparison to the distance, the 10s are harder to achieve. Put it that way. But again, this is how she is determined to shoot her match using data, using her coaches, using specialized equipment, just like any other sport. Right? Runners will use slow-mo cameras in order to make sure that they're running at the same gait, or that they're looking at the roll of their ankles to determine the best shoe for them to run with on race day. No different than using the SCAT laser system to figure out when your hold is tightest to know when you should be executing shots. Getting a good look across the board. Most people have hit the halfway point here. If not, they're just approaching it. We've got a couple of shooters that are, I'm not going to say lagging behind, but that are taking their time a little bit more than others. Looking at Sophie here, just shot 20, just took shot 20. She is clean so far. Now a half an hour into the match. So running a little bit behind schedule in comparison to the whole match. I'm sorry, to the match as a whole. Because if she took a half an hour for the next 20 shots and a half an hour for the next 20 shots, she would have run out of time. Quick look over to Sam Adkins from the University of Kentucky. 100 on his first series, 98 on his second. Followed it up with a 100 on his third. He's 2 points down halfway into the match. If he matches that performance, he'll have a 596 at the end of air rifle in comparison to his 588 in small bore. Again, we generally expect to see higher air rifle scores than we do in comparison to small bore. It's just how it works out. Looking at the University of Kentucky athletes, again, we just mentioned Sophie. She's now on shot 21 clean. Looking at Emily, 94 on her first, 96 on her second. Now really tightening up the group. She's only down 1 point so far, 4 shots in to her third string, just slightly ahead of her teammate Sophia. We've got Sam, who is into and past the halfway point. Just mentioned him, 298 at the half. Clean so far for these 3 shots, 3 X's, by the way. Looking at Martin Voss, pair of 98s, a 100 on his third string for a 296 at the half. Starting his second half off with a 9-7, recovering well with a 10-1, and then a nice deep 10-5. You can kind of see that group kind of swoop in from the top around that 1 o'clock realm, and now he's sitting a little low. Coming over to Braden, he's about to hit the halfway point. 99 on his first, 100 on his second. Just took another shot for another X. Oh, cool. This is great. So generally, pellets aren't perfect. They are basically molded tiny little bells of lead. And every once in a while, those little bells of lead aren't perfect. They get dinged up. They have dents in them. They aren't quite perfectly round, right? The skirts on them don't look quite right. And so what we just saw was Braden is actually sorting through his pellets. So he's picking up a pellet, he's looking at the top side, flipping his hand over, looking at the bottom, and then every once in a while you'll see athletes, these shooters will roll the pellet in between their two fingers. What that does is it gets them a sense of the concentricity or the cylindrosity of the actual pellet to understand, is that pellet actually going to fly straight and true like I want it to. And so he just went through 2 or 3 rounds. You can see him pick up the next pellet. He's now looking down at it. He likes it. He's going to load it into the rifle. He's going to close his action, pick up the gun, and rinse and repeat. Ending his third string with a 100 with 10 X's, a 299 at the half with 28 X's. Now, that means that the 9-9 he had on shot 2 and the 10-0 he had on shot 11 were the only non-center shots that he's had so far for the match. He's doing well for time. He's got about 42 minutes left. Call it 45 to make the math easy, and he's got 30 shots to go. He's got plenty of time to do it in. He's got a 10-6 now. Only concern that I've got is as he was moving through that third string and now into his fourth, that group is just shifting over to the right a little bit towards that 3 o'clock range. It's going to be a lot easier to see that as we get further and further into the strings, but after 10 shots, that string is going to reset and we get a new picture. So it's a little bit difficult to see that transition or that progression over time, but we can definitely see it inside of each of the series or targets of 10. Taking a quick look at Liz, she's just hit the halfway point. She is clean so far with 27 X's, 300 with 27 X's, 30 shots in. Doing very, very well. So on average, she's got a 100 with 9 X's so far. Looks like she had that 1-10-1 on shot 29. Again, just like her teammate Braden Pizer, she has opted not to use a glove on her forward hand, and you can see that she shoots very similarly to Sophia. She's staring down that bull and looking at the tip of her barrel just for any movement, maybe for that little pop blink and you'll miss it. You can generally tell when the shot has gone off because after these athletes have followed through, you're going to see their eyes look down at the monitor. So Liz immediately going to load that new pellet, close that action, let the rifle in the position settle, very similar to Sophie. She's going to get her cheek out of the way by pursing her lips a little bit. She's going to come down, let the rifle settle again. And then you'll see her look through and just stare that target down. And then right above her target frame there, you can just see her finger on that trigger. The triggers are so light and the movement, the travel is so small, you can barely see any movement. You can just see the tip of her finger move a little bit, checking that pellet, loading the next one in, and there she goes. She's got 2 nice deep 10s, 10-7 and a 10-8 to show for it. You can also see, again, just some of the personalizations of the rifles here. So she definitely has those sight risers. Those are going to be common throughout. We talked about how her and Emily have these little diopters or these small prescription lenses that will sit on the back side of their rear sight. You can see that little frame holding the lens there. But you can also see right under her lips, right under her cheek, she actually has a brass weight in order to be able to change the balance a little bit. We'll definitely see it after she takes the shot. Looking down, definitely took it. Yeah, so you can see she didn't quite like that. Not sure whether that was her or something in the position or she just executed at the wrong time. But look at that. You can definitely get a great look at it here. She's got a huge piece of brass tube that she's actually drilled a couple of holes in for the mount for her cheek piece to actually follow through and then actually tie into the rifle there. And what that's going to do is just change the balance point for her. Some people like heavy guns. Some people like lighter guns. You can even see that she's opted for what appears to be a steel tube. Most of the steel tubes are black in color. The aluminum ones will be a silver color. And they weigh a significant amount more. I think aluminum is a fifth of the weight in terms of actual raw material density. Aluminum is about a fifth of the weight of steel. And so she's got a lot of weight sitting low in the gun. And then she's got this huge amount of brass that weighs a little bit more than steel by density sitting in the back. And again, barely see any movement coming through on that trigger. And she's got a 10-3 to show for it. You can see that her palm block or palm rest that she's using, when she's wrapping her fingers around, her forward hand around, has a little bit of texturization on it. Again, to just help make sure that your hand doesn't slide. And when you place your hand in a position or spot on it, it stays there. Martin coming off the line for a quick break, coming back up. Looks like he got some water and maybe a quick snack. You got to imagine if I asked you to stand in place for an hour and a half and do all of this mental work to try to hit a very, very tiny dot 33 feet away, that you might need a little snack in between. Yeah, so he's taking a break right after the halfway point. Again, because this is all block time and everything, you can take a break whenever you want. You even don't have to put the rifle down. So a lot of shooters have opted to load in position, even for small bore, including air rifle. We see that a little bit more on the international stage than we do on the collegiate stage, but a lot of it has come down to some of the recent advancements in the technology and the design of the rifles that are being used here today. A lot of the small bore actions have shortened up. They're a lot smaller, more compact. The opening or the chamber, the ramp to load the ammunition in is a lot closer to the athletes. So they don't necessarily have to put the rifle down and then load because they can actually just reach the chamber while they're in position. And so they don't have to break position in order to reload the rifle. Got a nice close up here of Martin Voss from University of Kentucky. He's got a 9.7 on shot 31, 10.1, 10.5, took that quick break, has now come back up to the line. And again, flip that switch over to dry fire mode, take as many holds as you want, and then go into record rather than just trying to execute right off the rip. You can see here, he just dry fired there. He's recocked the action, taken a pellet, loaded it in, and now he's ready to shoot. This next shot will actually register down below for him. Now, we can't necessarily see Martin's eyes because they're covered up by a little blinder to make sure that he's only using his dominant eye to actually look through the sights. But what we may be able to see is a little bit of movement come through the end of that barrel. Again, we're just looking for a super, super fine bump. He's going to take a couple of holds. Come down in position. And we're going to watch it settle. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. But he's got a 10-5, which is great, which means he's now confirmed the position is straight. The position is true to what it was before he took his break and now after he took his break. So he's done a great job of being consistent, even having to break his position, take off his jacket, open up his pants, do whatever he needs to do, come back on the line, and basically be back in the middle with little to no effort. Getting a quick look at the other side of the range here. We're approaching the 45-minute mark, or 30 minutes left in the match. So most shooters are coming up to the 40 shot mark. So this is going to be the end of the second third. This is going to be basically the last final stretch of the match here. We've got Sally, who's only got 2 shots left to go. She's working on a 580 with 28 to 30 X's. Yep, she's got another 10 for a 570 with 29. She's got one more shot to go. Teammate Caleb, 395 at the 40 shot mark with 28 X's. Rachel finishing up with that 588 with 34. We got teammate Joseph, who just crossed into the last third of his match with a 10-8 and a 10-5. Hovering right around that 98 to 97 mark on each target. He's got a pair of 98s, a 97, and then a 98. Assuming that he does well on this, that will set him up well for the last series. But he's down 9 points so far. So in theory, 591 would be the best possible score that he could end up with for the match. He's got 20 X's to show for it. His teammate Diane struggled a little bit in the beginning of the match with that 93, but has recovering and is on the uptrend. She's got a 96, 98, 96, 97. Still hovering around that 97 average per string here, but a good start to her last series of 10 shots. Shot 51, 10-1, shot 52, a 10-8. We've got Natalia, 97, a little low, but 98, 99, coming down to that 96, but back up to a 99 on her 5th string. She and her teammate Diane are going shot for shot at this point. They are both working on shot 53. Matthew Kimball, 97, still again, kind of the trend here, a little low to start, but recovering well. 99, then a 100, and now is clean so far for this string. He's a bit of 10-0 and go. He's got a 10-1 on shot 35 and a 10-0 on shot 36. We'll talk about what that is here in a minute. But he's only down the 4 points, and he's about 40 shots in. And that's pretty good position. Assuming that he's clean for the rest of the card, he'll be down 4 points. The best possible score that he could have is a 596. But that's nothing to scoff at. That's a good score. Moving down the lineup again for the Wildcats, we've got Sophia, who is also clean. She is 29 shots in. She's got a 10-0 on shot 29. Just kissing the 10 ring here. Her teammate Emily working up from that 94 she had on the first card, 96, 97. Now working on a 98. She's got 1 shot left to hit shot 40. Coming back to Sophia, she had a 10-3 on that on shot 30. The unfortunate part is that she is a bit of in a time crunch at this point. She has less than half an hour, and she has 30 shots to go. She took 45 minutes to take the first 30 shots. Now, the second half of the match, she has to do in a third less of the time. So she's got to speed it up a little bit in order to be able to finish out strong. Teammate Sam Adkins doing phenomenal. 100. Unfortunate 9-8, but he had a couple of really, really close 9s. 9-8s, 9-9s. 100. 100. Clean so far. X's for his 7 shots in his 5th string. Going to let him do Sam's stuff. Moving on to Martin. Recovering off of that 9-6 on shot 39 with that 10-4. So he's got a pair of 98s again. He's got that 100, and then he's got another 98 on this card. He's sitting at a 394 with 28 X's at 40 shots in. So he is in the final stretch. Looking for him to end up in that low 90s, low 590 mark. I'll probably peg him for 591, given the average and the status of the other 4 targets so far for him. Looking at Braden, he has been clean since that 9-9 on shot 2. More importantly, he's been clean in terms of X's since that 10-1, that 10-0 or 10-1 he had on shot 11. He's got a 99, a 100, a 100, a 100. Now ending with a 100 with 10 X's on his 4th series for 399 with 38 X's. I think he's going to walk away with a high X count for today, and likely the high combined score for the day as well with that 597 he had in small bore. Coming over to Liz, who is also clean. 100, 100, 100. She had a couple of weak 10s, that 10-1 and the 10-0 on shot 33 and 35. But now she is dialed back in. 10-6, 10-7, 10-8 for a 380 with 33 X's on her way up. Phenomenal air rifle performance today. Only one that's got me concerned is Sophie. She is really, really taking her time today. We talked about her at the half an hour mark with 30 shots left to go, a minute a shot, and she's now at 26 minutes left, so 4 minutes have elapsed, and she's only taken 2 shots since then. Just took shot 32. So, looking for her to really speed it up, really try to dial it in because she's got less than a minute a shot at this point. She's got to find the parts of the process that she can eliminate without giving up the 10. That's going to be really, really difficult. And it's going to be even more difficult. It would be difficult in any situation, but it's going to be even more difficult because she now has this confirmation. She's got 33 10s now doing the slow route. So she has this confirmation bias of going slow is good and does produce what I want it to produce. It's gotten me here. It's gotten me clean so far. So if I do anything different, I'm not going to shoot a 10. And it can be really, really difficult to get out of that mindset and dial in and start to mid-match, by the way, try to figure out what parts of the process you need to eliminate. The clock is on. Time's running out. And so to try to figure out mid-match what we're going to eliminate to try to still produce the 10 just in a compressed amount of time, Very, very difficult situation. You can see those mini resets that she does with her eyes. Anytime she looks off, what she's doing is she's telling herself or forcing herself not to look at a hold that isn't what she wants it to look like. She doesn't want to stare down and potentially burn out her eyes while she's trying to figure out, is this good enough to execute on? Is the hold good enough to execute on? So I think what we're going to start to see is a quick transition here. We're going to start to see the tens, the strength of the tens, drop off a little bit. We're going to start to see more 10-1s, 10-2s, and 10-3s coming out of Sophie. And you can see she has sped up. Yeah, she's figured that out at this point. Again, that group is gonna widen a little bit. 24 shots left, 23 minutes to go. So over the last 3 shots, she's already cut 20 seconds of the process out. You can see she's taking less time for the position to settle before she decides to put her cheek down onto her cheek piece, and she starts looking down the sights. The hold is still there. The hold is still good, right? A little bit of left and right, but she's going to make that decision anyways. No fuss. She's going to pick up the next pellet, load it in, and run and gun. She has to, because otherwise she won't finish the match. And it may not necessarily be what she wants to do, but that's what she needs to do in order to be able to finish out. So crossing her fingers that she can do what she needs to do and still execute nice solid deep tens, and cross another set of fingers, maybe your toes, that they're all X's. So we'll give her some time to figure that out, and we'll come back to her. Looking across the board, more people have finished up their match here. Looks like most of the University of Akron team has finished out. Going down the lineup here for those that have finished, we have Sally Reek sitting at a 580 with 29 X's. So roughly half of her shots were X's. Half of the total amount of shots were X's. Her teammate Rachel Paddock with a 588 with 34. We talked about that already. Joseph's got 10 shots left to go. Diane finished out with 2 back-to-back 10-0s for a 580 with 33, just besting out her teammate Sally. We've got Natalia, who's got a 589 with 35 X's, just besting out Rachel by 1 point. And their teammates, Matthew Kimball and Caleb Santizo, are working on completing their 5th string. Caleb, 99, 99, 99, 98. Now working on another 99, but in order to do that, he's got to be clean the rest of this target. He's got 5 shots left. He's got to produce 5 10s if he wants to hit that 99. What that's going to do is set him up really well, and coming into that last card, he'll only be down 6 points. And if he keeps pace, he'll end up with a low 590 score, and that'll be good for him. Matthew Kimball also doing very well, 97 on his first card, recovering really well with a 99 and a 100. For down 4 points at the half, he's now got a pair of 98s. So he's also down 4 in the second half, but he's got a whole target to go. He's sitting at a 492 with 34 X's after 50 shots. So even if he shoots par for the course and he shoots another 98, he'll still hit that 590 mark. If he shoots a 100, he'll be at a 592. Coming back over, looks like Sophie has made up a little bit of time here. She's now hit shot 40, 20 shots left to go to hit shot 60, 19 minutes left. So she's made up some time. She's going to have to make up a couple more minutes to really make herself comfortable, especially for those last few shots. Her teammate Emily, doing well. She's got 46 shots down on paper so far. Say on paper, even though there's no paper anymore, but down onto the target. 4 shots left in this string. She's got a 10-8, a 10-5, and a 10-2, all X's. Doing well. Just got a little bit of vertical movement coming through in a group. Sam Adkins finished out his match with 4 100 series in a row. This last string was a 100 with 10 X's for a 598 with 53 X's. Amazing job from Sam Adkins. Martin Voss coming out of the half with a 296, so down 4. He's now down 4. Very similar situation to Matthew Kimball. Looks like they're actually nearly tied for both score and X's at this point. Martin with a 98 on string 4 and a what appears to be working on a 98 on string 5. So again, 98 and a 98 what appears to be for Matthew and Martin on their fourth card and 5th cards. Braden still clean after that 9-9. Still clean on X's after shot 11. He's got a 429 with 41 X's and 43 shots up on the board. So again, the 9-9 can't be an X, and shot 11 we know wasn't an X. And there you go. Looks like a test group. 10-5, 10-5, 10-4, 10-6. A little bit of left and right movement. It's still sitting a little high. But look, if that's where he's comfortable and that's where he's calling the shots, because we can't look down the sights with him or for him, then you know what? Keep going, buddy. They're all X's. Again, trying to see that little bit of barrel movement, and we barely see it. Now, Braden is normally fairly stone cold. And if he's got a shot that he doesn't like or he knows that he put in a particular spot, he generally brushes it off. We don't necessarily see a large reaction from him. We just see him load the next pellet and try to rinse and repeat on those X's. There you go. He's got a 10-6 to show for it. Nice and consistent. Relatively quick in terms of his whole process. Looks like he took a break. He's got 14 shots left and just under 16 minutes left to go. Martin starts off his last string with a solid 10-6. You can see the end of his barrel here, just to the right of Braden on your screen. Actually get a good look of the weights that Martin has put underneath one of his sight risers on the end of his barrel. Looking back over at Liz, she's coming back up to the line. She is clean. 46 shots in with a 460 with 40 X's. 100, 100, 100, 100. She had 2 wide shots in comparison to the rest of her group. She's got a 10-3 sitting at 1 o'clock, and she's got a 10-0 sitting closer to 3 o'clock. She recovered really well from that 10-7, 10-9, 10-8, 10-6. And she's coming back up to the line to re-execute. Again, 14 shots, 14 and a half minutes left to go. Looks like Sophie has picked up the pace a little bit more. She's made up a little bit more time. Again, the group is starting to widen. Liz comes back up to the line for a 10-3 on that first shot back. She takes a click down, to bring that group a little bit further down. So this is interesting because just because the shot goes a particular place doesn't mean that the athletes necessarily called it there. Because of how precise and how in tune these athletes are with their equipment and their skill sets, what we'll actually see is these athletes will call where they think the shot went. So Liz called the shot or thought that the shot was going to be lower or deeper into the middle of the target in comparison to the actual result, that 10-3 at 12 o'clock, nearly dead on at 12 o'clock. Call it 11:30 if you really want to be specific. And so what did she do? She took a click down to adjust the rifle to effectively align her expectations with what the results are giving her. And there you go. And she has a 10-7 to show for it. She's got a solid hold today, proven with a clean score, and taking that one click down, put her where she wanted to be. Giving her as much wiggle room as possible to make sure that she doesn't drop a point. Just under 13 minutes left. Looks like Sophie, Braden, and Liz are all going shot for shot at this point. Looks like Emily has also picked up the pace. She's working on shot 53, and there you go. And Liz comes in again with a solid 10-5 here. Doing well. So everybody's recognized that even after breaks or whatever they needed to do after the halfway point or after shot 40, definitely had to pick up the pace a little bit in order to be able to finish out the match. Now, as we're approaching the final 10 minutes of the match, over an hour has passed since the beginning of the air rifle match. Most of these athletes, these shooters, will be into the last series, and if they aren't, they're about to enter them. So we've got just a couple more shooters from Akron who are finishing up. Looks like Joseph on point 4 on the left-hand side of our screens right now is on his last shot. And there you go. He's got a 9.5 for a 585 with 38 X's. Didn't necessarily want it to go that way, and definitely outside of the group that he had going on. You can see how he basically started out at 9 o'clock and was really working that group in on the lower hand side of that bowl. His teammate Caleb got 4 shots left, just took his 56th shot. Get a good look at him right here. Opted for a slightly different hand position than most. So he's actually using a slightly older rifle. You can see he's taking a few breaths here before he lets the rifle settle. Boom, right there. There you go. And you can just see that trigger move a little bit just because of how it cantilevers inside the action. And look at that, a 10-2. Slightly different operation, slightly different action. Those old fine work bow P70s actually have a push action rather than a lever that needs to turn on the side like the more recent Walther ones that have come out. Now into the last 10 minutes of the match. Caleb, the only one remaining from Akron, who has shots left to take on the board. Looking to see him finish out strong. Got 3 shots left. He's working on a 592. Got a 10-4 on shot 58. Two shots left to go. Assuming they go his way, he'll have a 592 with 40 X's. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, assuming that he does that, he'll actually have the high air rifle score among the shooters from Akron, because he will have bested Matthew Kimball by 1 point, but Matthew's got him on X's right now. He's got 42 in comparison to what Caleb's potential X count is of only 40. Oh, 8 minutes left to go. Sophia with her first and only 9 so far on the match at shot 53. Oh, man. I wasn't even talking about her. But still, impeccable performance from her so far. 7 shots left to go, 7.5 minutes left. Caleb with a 9.8 on shot 59. Highest potential at this point is a 591 with 39 X's. Looking back across the board for the Kentucky Wildcats here. We got Emily Marn, 3 shots left. She's got 2 9-9s on opposite sides of the bull here. Looking to see her get a 10 in on these last 3 shots. That'll put her in the upper 570s for the match. We got Sam finishing out again with that 598 with 598 with 53. It'd be impressive if he only had 35 X's. No, just read it backwards. 53 X's. Martin just finishing out with a 590 with 42. Ending on a 99. He had 7 X's in the row with a 10-4 on his last shot. Start strong, finish strong. We've got Braden, who unfortunately dropped another 9 in his 5th string. He's got a few more weak 10s coming through. 3 shots left, 6 minutes left to go. He's still clean through this last card. Again, 3 shots left for a potential 598. And Liz Probst sitting on point 13 here. Clean so far, even through 6 shots in a last string. Caleb coming in with a 10-4 on his last shot to finish out the match with a 591, 39 X's. Unfortunately, getting bested by his teammate, Matthew Kimball, 591, 42 X's. So just missed the mark by 3 X's. And all eyes are on Liz. 3 shots left. She just shot a 10-2. She's got just over 5 minutes left to go. Taking a real deep breath. You can even see, yeah, she's taking another one there too. You can even see she's getting a little jittery. She's reaching for something and then she'll pull away. Reaching for something and then she'll pull away. Almost like she's trying to, she's trying not to be nervous and do something different. Yeah, you can even see right there, making sure that the rifle is steady and in position. You can see that finger just come into the trigger guard, taking it up the weight. You've only done it 57 times. There you go, 10-9. Perfect shot right down the middle. Just 2 more to go. taking her time, really trying to execute these last 2 shots just like she did the previous 58. "51 X's to show for it." And look at that, Sophie with a 10-9 on shot 57. So she and Liz are going shot for shot at this point. Really taking her time, trying to execute well. 10-4 on 59. One more to go for a perfect 600. She's looking down at the monitor, and I think she's realizing it. It's kind of hitting her in the face at this point. Like it's real. You can see her being really slow, coming around the grip of her rifle. Taking a few deep breaths, trying to chill those nerves. Making sure that she's not tensing her shoulders. There she goes. She goes 1, 2, 3 of those little up downs. Coming into that trigger guard. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Oh, and she broke it. Didn't like it. You can see almost opening and closing her hand. You kind of get palm sweats whenever some of this stuff happens, particularly when you're about to shoot a perfect score and break a PR. Personal record, that is. 2 minutes left to go. 1 shot for both her and her teammate, Sophia Ciccarello. Staring down the target, coming onto the trigger. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Woo! And she's done it! Ending on a 10-4 for a perfect 600 with 53 X's. And her teammate, Sophia Ciccarello, ending a 10-3X for a 599 with 51 X's. Coming back for a hug for Coach Papasadora. Sam coming in hard as well of like, yeah, you did it. Look at that, folks. We had a 600, a 599, and a pair of 598s. Now, here's the catch. So the way that the scoring works for the team is that the coaches have to select 5 individuals for their scores to count. Okay? So let's say, for happenstance, the coaches selected Sophia, Sam, Martin, Braden, and Liz as the 5 counters, is what we'll call them. What we do is we only take the 4 best scores among the 5 shooters, assuming that those were the 5 people that coaches selected prior to the match starting. This team will have just shot a program and potential national record. The 599 from Sophia is 1 point. The 2 points that will count from Sam is 3 points total. The 2 points from Braden is 5 points total. And the 600 from Liz makes only 5 points down for the entire air rifle team score, assuming, and I'm hearing lots of cheers going on in the range at this point, assuming that those are the 4 scores that will have counted against the 2367 small bore score that this team shot earlier this morning. That will mean we will have shot a 47.62, besting our program record by 3 points just a few weeks prior, just a few weeks ago. But nothing is official yet and won't be until. There we go. It is. Okay. So if you go on ncaaarifle.org and you go to today's scorecard, you will see a aggregate score for the University of Kentucky at a 47-62 with 367 X's. Now let's do some backwards math here. So that's 38 points across 8 total scores. That's roughly a 595 for every person that counted towards that score today. 595 small bore, 595 air rifle. For every point that they were down off of that in small bore, they made up for in air rifle. Impeccable performance today. And we will have to get some confirmation of whether that is a national record. I believe it is, but again, don't want to jinx it. Can't confirm. Got to break out the booklet on this one. Yeah, they're all standing for a group picture at this point. I would say so. If that's what they're doing in the range, then this is definitely par for the course here. I'm seeing smiles all the way around. Yeah, they're noticing the camera. Yeah, we see you guys. Hold up. Cool. Yes. Okay. All right. So we have confirmation. No team has ever broken 4760. And by default, this is the new national record. 4762, as well as tying the national record for the air rifle team score, only 5 points down among 4 shooters. Insane, crazy performance from everybody today. And where else but to do it here on our home range? You see everybody's on their phones, probably texting and calling everybody and letting them know if they aren't already watching the results page. You see at this point, since the match has ended and everything's been called off, everybody's getting their equipment off the line, and everybody's going to have a good time and celebrate tonight. Definitely a good win for the Wildcats. Great performance from the Zips as well, coming in with a 46-90 team score. Going down the final lineup of scores here, starting with point 1, University of Akron coming down to point 13 for the Wildcats. We've got Sally, 580, 29 X's. We have Caleb, 591, 39 X's. Rachel Paddock, 588, 34 X's. Joseph coming in with a 585, 38 X's. Diane, 580.33. Natalia, 589 with 35. Matthew coming in with a 591 with 42. That will be the team high score for Akron for the air rifle portion. Looking at the Wildcats, Sophia Ciccarello, 599, 51 X's. That got her second place. Emily Martin, 576 with 26 X's. Sam Adkins, 598 with 53 X's, going clean for the last 4 series. Martin on point 11, 590 with 42 X's. Braden, 598 with 54. And Liz Probst with a perfect 653 X's. Reason I'm laughing is because I originally bet the team that they were capable of shooting a 47-50 and that they just needed to do it. And so they got into this huge mindset. They really got into their heads of like, yeah, we'll just do it, right? And they kept really focusing on the score rather than the process of the things that they needed in order to manufacture or produce the score. Well, here to say that over the last few months, not only have they told me wrong, they finally broke 47-50, but when they shot the 47-50 on our home range, I looked at them and I said, if you cleaned prone, you would have had a 47-60. And look at them today. Just a few weeks ago, had a 47-59. And now today, breaking the national record for a 47-62. Hats off. Kudos. Couldn't be more happy. Couldn't be more proud of them. You can even see Martin and Braden are still talking about it. They're still in their gear, talking over the whole match. It's good stuff. It's always good stuff. Well, there you go, folks. Cats come away with a win, with a national record, with perfect scores. Liz Probst coming in with a 1188 total score, perfect 600 in air rifle. Braden Pizer coming in with the top combined score with an 1195. 67% of the shots that he took today were X's. Not just 10s, but X's. Sophia right behind him with a 1193 total combined score, 594 in small bore, 599 in air rifle. 74% of her shots were X's. Can you imagine that? 74% of the time, you get it right every time. Program and national record previously set at a 47-59, three-way tie, by the way, for that 47-59. 51% of the shots were X's. 51%. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Can't believe I'm looking at it. Looking over at the zips of 4690. We've got Joseph with a 591 small bore, 585 in air rifle, 65 total X's. Kimball coming in with a 586 in small bore, 591 in air rifle, respectively. Better X count. Better scores, better X count. Generally how it goes. 70 X's for Kimball. And then we got Natalia, who's got a 584 in small bore, 589 in air rifle, 62 X's to show for it, for a total of 260 team centers. Total X's among all of their counting scores. And with that, folks, I hope you have enjoyed today's broadcast. Check back in tomorrow, where we have another home match back-to-back this weekend. and I can only cross my fingers that we come close to, if not break, another national record. We'll see you next time. Hope you have a good day. UK Rifle Broadcast signing off. Oh, wait. No. We are going to do a after action interview with Liz. So this is a small sign off, and we will be back. Please continue to tune in while we go grab Liz, assuming that she isn't tied up with hugs and crying and tears of joy. We'll be back. Okay, for anybody else that's still on, we're gonna have Liz Probst here on the mic in just a few minutes. She's just getting changed out of her gear, and then we'll have her on and get a bit of an after-action report from her 600 in air rifle, and we'll go from there. Just stay tuned. Try that.
Hello.
Perfect.
Sweet.
So just give me a quick sound check.
Hello.
Perfect. Alrighty. So we've got Liz Probst here on the mic, just doing a small after-action interview with us here in the UK Rifle Room. How'd it go today?
I would say it went pretty well. I struggled a lot in small bore. It took some time to kind of get back into it after slings. They weren't as strong as I was hoping for, but once I got to standing, like I was pretty confident in my ability to shoot a good standing, and so I kind of established that in siders and kept it going through like the 20 shots that counted, and then into air. It just felt really good today. Like I settled in, had a couple things that weren't going my way, but I knew like how to kind of manipulate a couple things and kind of keep it in.
Yeah, we
So-
definitely saw throughout the match you had a couple of weak 10s kind of squeak out on you. You basically had to, you looked down and you said, nope, we got to regroup. Can you walk us through what you may have been doing or some of the small tweaks you would have done to try to get those 10-0s and 10-1s back into the middle?
Yeah, so a lot of it was just taking the shot too quick or just not having my butt plate in where it needed to be in. So honestly, it was some simple stuff. And so I knew as soon as I took the shot, and even before on a couple of them, like, oh, this isn't the best shot to take. And so I was just able to recognize what I was doing, and then, you know, as soon as the shot was over, kind of regroup and say, okay, you know, butt plate needs to be in the right spot, and I kind of need to take a breath to kind of calm down. And once I was able to do that, like I was fine, and I was right back in the center.
Good. Now we mentioned on the broadcast what I'm calling pace throughout the match, and we noticed that as everybody was going through the match, there's almost like this little wave kind of effect. Like, you know, some people start out really fast and then they slow down and then they start to speed up again, particularly towards the end of the match.
Right.
Did you wind up having to take a break around like shot 40 to 45? You then had to come back up to the line and kind of like say, okay, I really have to get dialed in for the last few minutes.
Right. I came off at 35, and I talked to Kat, and I was like, yeah, I'm feeling it now.
Yep.
Like, you know, and I was able to go back up and stay pretty calm. And then once I got to about 42, I kind of felt it kind of inch back up of like, oh, like you're getting pretty close and all that kind of stuff. And so I kind of pushed myself to get through, and my goal was to get to 47. I got to 46 though. But once I shot 46, I was like, okay, it's a little too much. I need to take a break and I need to take a breath. And my brain was just going super, super fast. And so I came off, talked to Kat again, and just kind of decided like I've shot a couple 600s in practice. I just shot 46 10s in a row. There's no reason I can't shoot 14 more.
Cool.
And kind of established that and went back up and kind of said, you know, find a pace and stick to that pace.
Good.
So.
Well, the last couple of shots, in particular, we noticed that you took really deep breaths to try to get your shoulders to try to relax. Just walk us through what was going through your brain, and were you feeling any physical tensing going on in those last two?
So once I came back up after taking the break at shot 46, I was able to take like a good 7 or 8 shots where I was just going and like I didn't really have to think about it. It was super easy, and then I just hit like a wall, and I was like, oh, whoa, like I've got less than 10
you're looking
shots.
at it.
Yeah, I was like, I got less than 10 shots to go, and this is looking pretty good. And so I slowly started to feel my body tense up, and just my breathing get a little more rapid, and I wasn't like able to take deep breaths. But I kind of reminded myself, like, you've done this, it's okay, and took some deep breaths just to kind of get my heart rate down, and also just let go of some tension that I was feeling. And it came back as soon as I would take the shot, so I had to reset after every single shot. But I mean, overall, it was pretty good.
Good. Well, congratulations on the 600. 53X is the show for it, so
Thank you.
pretty deep too. Yeah, and a little shout out from the team in the background.
Yeah.
Great match, great performance, and congratulations on the national record.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. That is it for us today. Signing off. We hope to see you tomorrow, and tune in. Thanks.